Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Happy fucking Sat Sun. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Haven't been online for a couple days. That happens, guys. Life and stuff and things. Hope you guys are having a wonderful time. Hope you guys manage your time appropriately. Good, good, good. Yeah. Stuff and things, guys. Hmm. Good. Hoping to do some OW2 tonight, guys. Hmm. I guess Halloween event's still going on here too. Also, kind of managing stuff, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what's going on the tubes tonight, guys. We're gonna play some more Pharaoh. We're gonna be messing around with FPS limiter too. Is where we left off last time, I believe. Hmm. Good. I don't have any porn tabs open. Shouldn't. House of the Dragon, it's excellent. I disagree. I caught up, by the way. I caught up on House of the Dragon. It reminds me a lot, like, they kept doing throwbacks to, like, what was going on in Game of Thrones. They keep adding stuff, like, elements from Game of Thrones. It's a lot better than Rings of Power, for sure, but still not very good. That being said, I started watching Andor, and unlike basically every Disney movie about Star Wars, it's been a disappointment since basically, well, episode 9, I think it is. Yeah, 8, wherever the new series picked up. It's basically been a disappointment ever since. Andor is actually pretty good. It's actually really good in my opinion. The characters seem well fleshed out. It's not about like Jedi's running around killing everything and the Empire blowing up planets and shit. It's more about like life in the Empire and like what it means to be living in the Empire. Yeah. Good evening, Ooze. Andor good? Yeah, Andor. A-N-D-O-R. Yeah, A-N-D-O-Z. A-N-D-O-R. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It reminds me a lot of Breaking Bad. Like it's not like it doesn't feel like Star Wars. Obviously, it is Star Wars, but it's like a dystopian Star Wars drama action. It's actually, in my opinion, it's actually very good. I don't know. The season still hasn't finished yet. I started watching it because there's supposed to be 13 episodes, so I was like, whatever. Yeah, and it actually seems to be pretty good. Like, they actually took time to write characters that actually seem like they matter to each other. Yeah, like pretty ridiculous. Yeah, Breaking Bad's very good. It's probably one of the best normie shows for people. A lot of people don't like fantasy and sci-fi and dystopians and whatever. Breaking Bad's probably one of the best normal shows for most people because it's like a drama comedy, not comedy, drama crime show, drug show. Uh huh. Yeah. Lower Decks, yeah, I think most of the newer Star Wars, what was it called? That I haven't streamed in 3 days, and like my brain just doesn't work anymore. New one, Strange New Worlds. Strange New Worlds was alright, but Discovery, yeah, the new stuff. Oh, geez, most of it's like very left-leaning political agenda, as the kids say, woke bullshit. But very left-leaning political agenda that they constantly toss on you. And it seemed an awful lot like Lower Decks was gonna be on the same note. A lot of misandry, which is just basically hating on guys and just like grinding them into the ground, shit like that. Lack of streamer brain actually, trying to make words. People like Baby Yoda? Yeah, with Mandalorian. Andor's not that way. It doesn't feel like it's just a gimmick. Andor actually feels like the cast is well written. They have motives. They have agendas. They do stuff for certain reasons. And stuff doesn't always work out, and then sometimes it does work out. Yeah, I'd actually say it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And obviously there's a decent chunk of left-leaning political agenda in it too, but it's not really, like, it's not front and center. Actually, sometimes it is, but for the most part, it feels like it's very toned back, just like with Strange New Worlds. Very similar, same thing. Mm-hmm. Anyways, as I was going to mention earlier, guys, I've been having some problems with my Achilles tendon right now. And I'm probably going to go see a doctor this week, and hopefully things work out for me. Not that I'm looking for wishes, but I might end up taking some time off, and that's just kind of the way that it's going to go. We'll see how it goes. I really don't want to. I haven't worked out in a month since the beginning of October, and I thought it was going to get better. And it doesn't seem to have gotten better, and it's not really getting worse. And that means it's not really healing either if it's not getting better. So, which is basically the same thing as it being worse. Hopefully I have a good diagnosis, but I'm going to have to see if I can schedule an appointment this coming week and see where that goes on Monday. No, I've been putting that off for a while. I think I hurt myself in May when I was doing some stretches, and then it just never healed properly, and then like I just kept... It's not really like... It doesn't really hurt much. It's rather one of these things where I know something's wrong, and like I do the whole psychosomatic or whatever it's called, where I know something's not quite right, and then that just makes me even more agitated. So, yeah. And that's a big deal. Your Achilles tendon is like the thing you stand on and you walk around on, and that's, yeah, you can't have a bad Achilles tendon or things just, you're not going to be having fun. That's a shame. It's like one of the parts of your body you can't really rest because that means you have to either hop around on one leg or just not move. And, you know, during their day-to-day life, right? Especially if you have an active job. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see how that goes, but that's something I've been dealing with for the last month or so. And I stopped, like I said, I stopped working out on the beginning of October, and it hasn't fixed itself, so. Yeah. Bad remarks for OW2, guys. Better not play it, because the streamers tell you not to. Uh-huh. Hey, KSA. We'll see how it goes, though. But, hopefully, and unrelated to that, I took a couple days off this week. For personal stuff, unrelated to my Achilles tendon thing. I was hoping it was going to get better, and it just hasn't. And I guess I'm just going to have to go to the doctor and acquire some debt. Not interesting QAs. Do you want to take a look at Bolter? I want to take a look at this. Critical Drinker thinks House of the Dragon is great. I disagree. It seems an awful lot like they're trying to remake Game of Thrones by putting a bunch of elements together from the original series. We'll take a look at this tonight, though. Yeah. You have to pay for it. People will talk all they want about the healthcare. People talk all they want about the healthcare in the U.S. You have to pay for it, though. And not everyone can afford it, and I'm not really on the fence of being capable of affording it, but I have to get it, so. I mean, that's just common rhetoric from the right. We're talking about left and right politics. Common rhetoric from the right that you have to wait constantly. If you like have a medical emergency in Canada, you can literally go and see someone. It's what they're talking about is seeing like specialty doctors, and if they really wanted to, they could come to the U.S. That's the common comparison. If they really wanted to, they can come to the U.S. and use our healthcare system, and it costs them just as much as it costs us. Even though they don't live here, it doesn't matter because it doesn't change how much it costs. And the only thing that changes how much it costs is insurance. So, yeah. Yeah, it depends on where you live. UK's is kind of alright. I think it's not really that great, though. I think Australia's is alright. Pretty sure Australia has universal healthcare. Canada does. There's some other places across the world that have it. But those are the big ones. Canada's the one that they compare the US to all the time. I'm gonna get my coffee. It's like turning in one of these things too where I don't want to get up because I feel like I'm making things worse by walking on it. Oh, Jesus. Not like it hurts too much either. It's just... Also, it's like one of these... Because your Achilles tendon is like a bunch of different nerves together. So, like, if it gets inflamed, then it causes weird stuff with, like, your heel and, like, your foot. Like, my toes, they're not tingling like I can't feel them, but occasionally I get, like, pins and needles in them. Yeah, not good stuff. And usually if I take, like, an ibuprofen, like, I'm fine. Like, it'll just completely go away. But obviously it's not. It's just hiding it, right? One ibuprofen, not, like, a bunch of them. And I took one earlier today, and now it's not. So, I guess I, walked on it too much or something. Jeez, and everyone fucking wants my attention the moment I start streaming too. So it hasn't changed, guys. It hasn't fucking changed. The moment I start streaming, there's just like random people just start talking to me again. Out of nowhere. Okay, I'm gonna get my coffee, guys. I'll be right back. Start fake streaming more often. Huh. I mean, I can't fake stream. It's not like they know I stream either. It's not like one of these things where they know who I am. That makes it even weirder. It's not like they're trying to get my attention because I'm paying attention to stream.
So it's no secret that Game of Thrones didn't exactly stick the landing when it came to its final season. In fact, it's basically gone down as one of the most disastrous fuck-ups in entertainment history, taking one of the most wildly popular shows of all time and turning it into an absolute laughingstock. This failure, combined with the cancellation of the Blood Moon spin-off and George R.R. Martin's petulant refusal to finish his Song of Ice and Fire series, pretty much killed off most people's enthusiasm for the world of Westeros. Needless to say, excitement wasn't exactly at fever pitch when the announcement came in for House of the Dragon, a prequel series set hundreds of years before the events of Game of Thrones. To most of us, it
178,
looked
I
like
believe.
just another vanity project to keep George from doing the one thing that everyone actually wanted him to do, while squeezing a bit more money out of the jaded Game of Thrones fan base. And when that first trailer came out with some not so subtle hints about the show's political overtones,
a woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
most of us confidently predicted it would come and
That is there, by the way.
go like a fart in the winds, including yours truly as it happens. But holy shit, I'm pleased to say that I was 100% wrong on this one. House of the Dragon is a fantastic show that recaptures the spirit of peak Game of Thrones with strong writing, competent world building, and a fantastic cast of characters played by talented and capable actors. In short, it's basically everything I didn't think.
Disagree. I think he's so used to mediocrity at this point that he's just alright with something being neutral. And while House of the Dragon isn't horrible like Rings of Power is, it's still not very good. It seems an awful lot like they're just trying to duplicate Game of Thrones, the elements from Game of Thrones, and not doing a good job. I actually was not entertained. Well, I mean, not entertained to the point where I thought it was good. The last episode is the only episode at which it makes it seem like it's Game of Thrones. And it took 10 episodes to get there. So,
Think
yeah.
it would be, and it's a neat little warning not to judge a show by its trailer. The story picks up about 2 centuries before the events of Game of Thrones. It's a time of relative peace and prosperity in Westeros, with the Targaryens presiding over a mostly united kingdom. The only problem is that the current king Viserys hasn't managed to produce any male heirs, and when his wife dies in childbirth, he goes against the advice of his court and names his daughter Rhaenyra as his heir. This is a bit of a controversial move because no woman has ever sat on the Iron Throne, and in fact the only reason Viserys himself became king was because they passed over his older relative who had a stronger claim but happened to be a woman.
He's literally describing like the whole feminism thing. And like I would say it's one of the biggest problems with the show is the fact that the half the show is basically, I'm going to spoil a little bit here because it doesn't really matter. Half the show is the teenage Viserys, not Viserys, what's her name, Rhaenyra. Half the show revolves around Rhaenyra being basically a teenager, like 13 to 15, and most of it is her complaining about the fact that there's issues of feminism, inequality in a medieval age, basically a childbirth. I have to give birth. Like, she didn't even have a career set up for herself. She didn't want to do anything. She just didn't want to be like, she didn't want to be a mother, and then she didn't want to she didn't want to do anything. Actually, there was like nothing that it seemed like was kind of aiding to her, and then she just magically she grew up and just became what she didn't want to become, which is fucking weird. It is one of the problems I have with it is basically that the show is kind of contradictory and hypocritical in and of itself. Watching like the amount of people, like if you're in the medieval ages, guys, and you can barely feed yourself, obviously she's a princess, right? So she has access to food all the time, but like complaining about like being married off is one thing, but then like constantly complaining about inequality is like another. It was fucking weird, and it struck me every time it popped up that they're trying to like impress on the audience a couple different things. One is there's multiple childbirths in the series, which is like not just a little bit, like they have to show you everything that's going on. Yeah, instead of gore, we have childbirths. Yeah. Like multiple childbirths, like 3, I think there was 3 or 4 childbirths throughout 10 episodes. That's pretty high, by the way. 3 or 4 childbirths, and then they have to impress upon the audience how hard it is to give birth, how much of a risk it is to give birth back in the medieval days, right? And yeah, and some of them are pretty gory too. Like they have to make choices, right? They have to make choices to save the baby, and that results in some complications, as you can imagine. It was, yeah. Like I said, half the series is literally that, and like the other half is like watching him bitch, and like the Viserys like literally just like slowly declining, his health slowly declining before episode 10 happens. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe they're trying to portray Viserys trying to keep things together while everything falls apart around him, but
anyway, there's a sizable contingent of lords who don't support his choice, not to mention his own brother Daemon, who sees himself as a stronger successor, but Viserys is like, nah, it'll be fine. He's basically a good man who tries to do the right thing, but unfortunately
this is like literally this is literally like King Robert from the first season of Game of Thrones, by the way. They almost completely duplicated his character in how he deals with political matters, which is just basically does doesn't.
Good man also make him a pretty bad king. He's short-sighted, easily swayed by others, and blinded by his love for his family. His failure to take decisive action allows grudges and rivalries to fester, minor problems to grow into larger ones that have to be dealt with later, and fosters animosities that will eventually tear the kingdom apart in civil war. Complicating things even further are his strained relationship with Rhaenyra, who grows increasingly rebellious and difficult to manage as she gets older, his new wife, who finally bears him male heirs, calling his earlier choice of successor into doubt, his estranged brother Daemon, who goes rogue and starts a war that he can't win, setting himself up as a dangerous rival, other noble houses plotting and scheming to get themselves into positions of power and influence, his own advisors and subordinates who may or may not have his best interests at heart, and ultimately his own failing health as a mysterious disease slowly eats away at his body. Needless to say, there's a fuck ton of stuff going on in House of the Dragon, and honestly it would probably take me hours to properly recap everything that happens in this show, but for the sake of this video's length and my own sanity, it's probably enough to say that House of the Dragon does a really effective job of establishing and building up its world and the various characters and factions that live in it. And it's interesting because this show goes about things in a very different way to its predecessor. Game of Thrones grabbed you with the very first episode, quickly setting up ominous mysteries, external threats, shocking events, and internal strife in the world of Westeros. This was a world still reeling from decades of brutal dictatorship, violent civil war, and a winter that swallowed up entire generations in the cold and dark. But House of the Dragon, on the other hand, takes a slower, more cautious approach, showing us a Westeros that's more or less stable and prosperous, presided over by a Targaryen dynasty at the height of its power and influence. We get to see the first tiny cracks appear that will eventually open up into gaping chasms in a story that unfolds over decades, with characters and relationships growing and maturing along with it. The way friends and family can slowly be turned into enemies by bad advice, bad choices, and in some cases...
I get where they were doing with that, but it literally took them 10 fucking episodes to do it, and it was a slog.
Sheer bad luck. And if I had to compare it to something, I'd say it's more like the British drama series The Crown rather than Game of Thrones. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still got moments of brutal violence, explicit sex, and more swearing than a livestream with me and Count Dankula, but it's less of a narrative focus now than it was in the Game of Thrones days. House of the Dragon's a more restrained kind of show, at least so far, concentrating more on character development, political manoeuvring, plotting and scheming, which could have left it feeling boring and stale if it wasn't so well handled.
I don't think it was. There was political scheming in there, but it doesn't amount to anything. There isn't a grand overall plot where they're working towards something throughout the multiple episodes. And then they have almost duplicate characters from the first season of Game of Thrones, Littlefinger. There's a guy that's basically the equivalent of Littlefinger who's they just threw in there. I mean, you got to have Littlefinger, right? And kind of morally gray sort of area. Who gets things done, and it feels like there's just weird moments where it definitely just feels like they're just trying to copy paste stuff from first season of Game of Thrones.
They're superb and really benefit from all that extra screen time, each new episode revealing more layers to their personalities and motivations as the years pass. Rhaenyra gradually changes from a bratty and rebellious teenager into a mature and intelligent woman, a mother and princess.
That never happened though. Like I said, it went from her being a brat to her being a mother instantaneously. They didn't develop her character. She just changed. Just instantly changed. And you never get to see it, which makes you wonder what the fuck's going on.
And does her best to show restraint and compassion, even as circumstances push her closer to war. Her childhood friend Alicent develops from a wide-eyed, innocent child into a more jaded and cynical queen, worn down by her husband's declining health and the manipulations of others. She's not an outright antagonist, but you can totally see why she's being pushed in that direction. Daemon, meanwhile, is the classic loose cannon, ruthless, cocky and impulsive, acting on his own initiative and usually causing problems that other people have to solve for him. It would be easy to label him as an outright villain who manipulates everyone else for his own benefit, but again, the script
he doesn't really make problems that other people have to solve for him.
Shows a more mature...
Part of his character is literally him trying to solve his own problems and being feeling vulnerable because he can't, but then he eventually does anyways. He eventually solves his own problems anyways, regardless of the fact that he some people think they need to step in. Once again, not trying to spoil it for you.
caring side of him as time passes. All of these characters
Said in
are
Got Nudes, we get childbirth.
performances across the board,
Pretty much.
especially the older
But you don't get to
actors
see
who portray
nudity.
them in their adult
You just-
years.
it's
Matt
inferred
Smith
nudity.
absolutely owns the role as Damon, dominating every scene he's in. But Emma Darcy.
There's a
is
couple
more than
sex
match
scenes
for
in
him
the
as
series,
adult
but it's nothing
Rhaenyra,
like super
giving the
grand.
character a
It's
compelling
not like Game of
combination
Thrones.
Strength, dignity, compassion, and flashes of ruthless determination. But goddamn, it's Paddy Considine who absolutely steals the show as Viserys, a flawed but good man trying his best to hold his family and kingdom together while wrestling with his own failing health. Each time jump sees him get progressively weaker and more ravaged by the disease that's slowly consuming him, but even as his physical strength fails, his force of character only grows stronger. And the scene where he takes to the Iron Throne for the last time, barely even able to walk by himself, was one of the most poignant and moving moments I've seen in a very long time. It's proof positive that character rather than spectacle is what keeps people invested in shows like this. The world of House of the Dragon is not a forgiving one for any of its characters, and to its credit, it's equally honest about the harsh reality of being a woman in a place like this. Girls are frequently married off to men they've never met while they're still
Almost like they tried to push it really fucking hard as opposed to concentrating more on the plot and development between characters, kingdoms, relationships, the politics.
children,
Which is what Game of
marriages
Thrones
are
is known for.
political bargaining tools rather than acts of love. They're not expected to inhabit
That was
positions
majority of
power
the
and
series. Once again, like half the series is literally, what's her name again? Rhaenyra. It's literally Rhaenyra just complaining constantly about this, and like you just like it's just all like just focusing on her woes of having to be married or not be married or what she's doing, and then she doesn't even deal with it anyways. She doesn't even fix it herself. And then she just turns into adult with it's just, like everything's fixed. She's the queen somewhere.
influence because stuff like that's never been done before. And when it comes to having children in a world with only the most rudimentary medical technology, each new pregnancy is basically a gamble that could just as easily...
But apparently he didn't notice the fact there's like fucking there's like 3 or 4 childbirths in this series. Like he didn't, yeah.
Death. The very first
They just like
episode
miss out on
delivers
this
an
shit?
unflinching insight into what can happen when giving birth goes wrong, and it's definitely not...
How many times? How many times did they need to show us birth, and how many times did they need us to show it going wrong? And like if you put together, it's like almost like an episode and a half of childbirth. By the way, in the series, if you string together all the childbirth sequences, it's like an episode of childbirth. So it's like 40 minutes of maybe like an hour worth of childbirth. It was pretty
circumstance. I always respected this girl with a breech birth and no hope of survival who just nopes right out of the situation. Sometimes you just need to know when to call it quits, I guess. The point I'm making here is that rather than trying to push some weak, superficial image of female empowerment by simply turning them into men who can fight and punch just as hard as guys twice their size, it takes a much more honest, believable, and ultimately effective approach. The women of House of the Dragon are...
You don't fucking watch Game of Thrones because you want to watch women complain about issues in the medieval age, feminism issues in the medieval age, right? I don't think that's why most people watch House of the Dragon, right? Yeah, so, Game of Thrones didn't really have that. I think they maybe had like a couple childbirths over 8 seasons where you actually saw it, like 2 of them maybe? And one was kind of like giving birth to a monster. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a difference here between like focus and tone on what people are looking for in the series and what the series actually delivers.
no physical...
Even if he finds it good to talk about issues that women are having, right? Like that's a feminism thing, but like you don't need to talk about issues of like this isn't fucking Handmaid's Tale. People that are watching this aren't watching it because they want to watch how risky childbirth was in the medieval era and then watch it. This is like porn for people that want to watch childbirth or something. Like, no, that's not why people are watching this series, so...
match for their male counterparts, but fuck me, you absolutely respect them when you realise what they have to go through. Being mothers enhances their strength of character in this show.
Once again, this is set in the medieval age. This isn't modern childbirth.
These days. Compare these genuinely strong and interesting characters to the flaccid, ridiculous, manufactured girl bosses of Rings of Power, and you begin to realise why one show gradually...
That's not saying much. Rings of Power was a dumpster fire, so... yeah.
Blossomed into a massive win, while the other was mocked and derided as a trashy insult to the source material. People have got a pretty strong sense for fakery and insincerity, and they don't fucking like it. Overall, House of the Dragon turned out to be one of the most pleasant surprises of 2022 for me.
Not
A show that
Andor's.
succeeded despite seemingly having everything set against
There's
it.
a couple of
that
them that have
sold
been doing it.
itself on its own
Cyberpunk,
merits
Edge
rather
Runners,
than
very good.
lazily coasting on name recognition, and ultimately turned out to be a really well constructed piece of storytelling. It doesn't undo the disastrous end of Game of Thrones.
Once again, I'm not saying that childbirth isn't a major medical emergency in life, but yeah, this is what they are showcasing in House of the Dragon is not what modern day childbirth is.
But maybe it doesn't
At least in
really
civilized
need to.
countries.
Maybe it's enough to tell its own new story with new characters. And well, it's more than enough to get me excited for season 2. Oh yeah, and just before I go, I wanted to say a massive thanks to all the people who contributed to the Kickstarter for Rogue Elements.
I watched
my
Gungrave,
first
it
short
wasn't that good.
film. We only launched
Way
the
back in the
campaign
day.
last week, and we've already reached 10
I mean,
times
that's like
our
saying
initial
every
funding goal,
dystopia
allowing us to
is,
hire
Edge
way more
Runners, and that's
strippers
not
than
true.
we'd originally projected.
Ghost in the Shell is Edge Runners.
Seriously though, I'm incredibly grateful for all the support, and me and the rest of the production team are working hard to deliver the very best product that we can. And if you're new to this channel and none of this makes the slightest bit of sense to you, or you're still thinking about getting involved, then the good news is there's still a few weeks left to become a backer. Either way, I'll leave a link to the Kickstarter in the description so you can take a look. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Genuinely? There is House of the Dragon characters. Daenerys. Yeah. Near it. Damon. Yeah. I would excellent being like a 9 out of 10, I would assume, right? I wouldn't say this is 9 out of 10, maybe an 8, 7.5, 7.5 or an 8 out of 10. I think he's just lowered his standards at this point. Take what you can get sort of ordeal, guys. Mm-hmm. Okay. I have some lovely comments. No, that is... bots. Good. Phishing and scamming. Mm-hmm. What else we got going on here? Let's take a look at... where is it? Bolter here, real quick, from AVE.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the shop at Treat Espresso.
There's dev update.
A Teutonic tool resplendent in its bumblebee habit. Go ahead and start the clock.
Take a look at this.
About as German.
We'll lightly gloss over it.
Tono on your pizza. No, baby doll. Tono means cheese in German. I'm pretty sure.
5 out of 10 is average. I think average. That's a little bit too high for average, right? So when you're talking about school, like passing grade is like a 60% if I remember right, like a D. So 5 out of 10 I wouldn't even say is average. I think that's too low for being average. Maybe not. I don't know. Obviously subjective scale, right?
Oh.
I guess he's running out of viewers. Personal grading scale? It's wrong. It's wrong. Obviously, it's wrong. Is this doing it for you guys too?
You ever watch one of them goofs? You know it's going to turn out bad, but you watch just to... Huh. Time! Let's call a 12-volt DeWalt driver, 5-in-1. Same as the Milwaukee.
That's lipstick on his finger, by the way.
The switch was terrible. And
in case you're wondering.
I went to grab it the other day. This thing's not sounding so good. making all kinds of grunching, grinding noise. I think it was either night shift or the fact I was running it high gear with that 1-inch spade bit, and I think she gave up the ghost. It's not super happy, but the real deal breaker is that G's-less switch on the top. Instead of having a nice switch like this, it's got the one up top here. It's on the job site, so I can't show you. But the other thing that drives me nuts, you know when you got to make an adjustment, okay, you put a screw in and you look at it and it's not right. You got to take a screw out, you put it down, you make your adjustment. When you go to pick the tool up again, you know you got to drive it in forward. So you hit the button to change it into forward because you just had it in reverse. But it timed out because it was sitting there. So it went to sleep. You got to wake it up. You got to wake it up. So you hit the button, you go to use it, and Problem the first, victim of my own stupidity, compounded with, I think this came, somebody returned this because the battery was mounted. And now if you look at the battery, that is a door nail. So, do we have a crib death already? We'll get the charger in. Yeah, there's no little plastic dingus end on this. I wonder if somebody already had a go at her. Come on, Schwartz.
If you completely drain lithium batteries, by the way, they can just die. And then you have to jump start them, basically, which is no small feat, not something most people can do,
I really prefer not to
which is what you're seeing right now.
we'll say 12.6. Turn that way down. We're going to force some angry pixies in there just to see if we can get the battery recovered enough to take a charge.
Yep. And obviously it's going to have like a fraction of its life expectancy. Completely discharging lithium is not something you want to do. Yeah. Because chargers won't even charge if the lithium is too low. It's like a safety thing or something. I'm not exactly sure.
Voltage is coming up fair quick. By the time we get that A part, this will be ready to go. The thing with these battery operated tools, you don't want to leave the battery on there because there's a brain box in there constantly vampirizing the pixies in the battery.
But batteries are extremely expensive. It's like a $100 battery. Yeah. $80 battery? Actually depends on which one it is.
In deference
$80
to the
battery.
terrible things about these installation drivers, that is, they're slow. The great thing about them, it's like a transformer. Look at that. As far as the coloring of the carapace goes, I much prefer the red, whether it be Hilti or Milwaukee. But this DeWalt feels much more skookum in the hand. And without that tactile switch up here, that
instantly wins.
membrane
That's
crap
hilarious.
switch, what you can't see, it just terrible, terrible. The guys are saying you get used to it, but as soon as you go back to an impact driver because you're doing a little heavier work or you want to work a little quicker or whatever, that muscle memory comes back, and then you go to use the Milwaukee version of this, and it's just carried away, turn into this German tart. Wunderschön. Forgot to hit the record button.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, clamshell, PA6, glass fiber reinforced.
He has a pretty good idea what he's doing. So when he was charging, he was putting almost no wattage into it, if you guys saw that. When he attached the voltage, I think it was reading like 3.8 watts or something, 3.6 watts.
But wait.
Very, very low, 3.4.
Mold markings is polypropylene.
Basically like a trickle charger, which is what you have to do.
Stiff as nylon.
And then you look at the voltage as it comes up, and he has a special device for it.
As evidenced by the purple pinkish color of my hands. Was frost on the pumpkin this morning. We had a beautiful October though, man, oh man. Gorgeous, incredible. That global heating's finally starting to pay off. This is beautiful because in contrast to the Milwaukee, fellas were saying that the driver board has to be in that knuckle protector because you just couldn't get it as compact otherwise. It's utter nonsense. Look at this, a monolithic driver board with the 6 MOSFETs for driving the 3-phase brushless motor, chopping up that signal and turning it into 3-phase essentially. And here's the ka-chunk switch, strictly a potentiometer wiper on there. This is nice because this switch, it can't go dormant. It can't go into sleep mode where you have to actuate it twice to get it to go. It's either in forward or locked or reverse. I recall being quite taken with the design of the Milwaukee. However, looking at this is a far better design because it's streamlined. Takes a lot more cognitive power and a lot more work to get everything just so. You can have wires going everywhere, this, that, the other, but look at how compact that is. Now this is super cool. At the back end, we got the Hall effect board. This just has Hall effect sensors on it in order to see the position, determine the position of the rotor so that it knows which phase to energize next. But there's also a bearing on the backside, and there's a bearing housing built in rather than being built into the clamshell, which allows it to be a little bit weeble wobbly. It can be a little bit weeble wobbly because you're relying on more things, more components to fix the position of that bearing. And of course, each component has its own tolerance, its own slop. So you get this compounding slop situation where maybe the bearing might not be perfectly aligned every time. But in this case, you only got the 2 components. Now this is slick, man. 6 locating columns. Get that out of there. Beautiful. Look at that. Very, very clever. And I had made a mistake in the previous teardown on the Milwaukee that they didn't have any balancing slots, but they did have some balancing paint. So what they do is they goop on a big chunk of paint where it needs to be heavied up in order to get this rotor balanced. I would assume that's exactly what they've done on this unit as well, because there are no grinding marks on that high permeability silicon steel in the core. So the magnet wire connections are all staked. There's some handwork going on in here. You can see maybe not the best lay of the magnet wire. That would be suspect to me as a failure point. Nice windings, except for the last one. Got some potential for some looseness there. We get into the gland end here. Same type of clutch mechanism as the Milwaukee, just a little bit different embodiment. Same idea though, preload springs. Pushing on a thrust washer. Oh, onto some nice big balls. Everybody
You
loves
like some big balls, guys.
The front of it is all plastique, meant to look like aluminum. Aluminum. Taking the shift fork off because I got to get at the fasteners to get into that gearbox. And some posi drive. Mayhap Phillips number 1. Not quite sure about these high grip Japanese woodies. They're wood, but they're wood fiber in order to give you some grip if they're greasy. I think you're better off just with sanded wood. Oh, there's the gearbox. Stacked planetary gear sets. All metal injection molded parts in the usual way. Is that the shift ring there? No, the shift ring is this back set on the input side. That goes like that. Oh, we're at 3. We're at 3 reductions. So there you go. There's the clutch. There's the clutch ramps. Quite a bit larger than its competitor, the Milwaukee. So you can see what the balls are riding up against. They got to come up and over that ramp in order to disengage, to have the proper torque if you set that torque. But if you clamp it right down, these big balls are going to be hard up against the side of the ramp, and the spring will be pushing down and the nut will be pushing down, and you'll get full throughput torque. So on the output, all the gearing is quite a bit more skookum. However, they're trying to make this plastic component look metal. That rings alarm bells with me. If you want it to look metal, just use metal.
I don't. How many people are going to dig inside their drill, guys? Like, cosmetics aren't really something they care about, right? So there could be it could be something to do with like temperature resistance or integrity of the plastic.
You know, an aluminum. This is a professional tool. An aluminum die-cast aluminum part. Is it all that much more expensive? Of course, this is very. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in there. So maybe the fact that they've got this threaded and they haven't gone and machined it after the fact, that could be quite a cost savings that they're enacting there. I still would much prefer to see a metal output casement for all this gearing. Okay, we're just about at 11 volts on the battery, and we'll see. Too far. Framing you. We'll see if we got a little. Oh yeah, we got some action on that guy. Let's put her on the charge air. You know, for what you pay for one of those adjustable power supplies, there we go. Pack charging. They're worth their weight in gold. You use them to recover batteries. You use them to charge. They're fantastic. If you don't have one, why not? Look at that. Or maybe don't. Folk, it's even got a little urethane bumper on there for taking out the high-speed vibrations from the back bearing. Huh? She's together minus the balls. So turn the output, nothing's turning in the input. So there's a disconnect there. Now we go into our wife's purse and we just distract her and steal some balls. Now with the balls in there, now it's turning. Gone together real nice. I see this switching mechanism for the gear, and very smart. They've added a spring there, so you can't 200-pound gorilla. If it doesn't go into gear, you're just up against that spring instead of destroying something. So that's kind of nice. The other nice thing about this system is that there's a battery indicator on the battery. The Milwaukee doesn't have that for their 12 volt. However, the obverse of that is there's not a battery indicator on the tool, which is nice because you pull the trigger on the Milwaukee and it tells you how much chooch is left in the battery. This one, you gotta hit the 6 and 1/2.
They can make the battery smart enough so when it knows it's being drained, the battery light indicator turns on too.
Have a little display on the battery so that you pick one up, you can tell if it's
best of
dead
both
or not.
worlds.
All right, let's see if we got her back together proper wise. Let the smoke out.
And I think they
fart.
They could do that without too much fanfare.
Oh, you fuck! My eyes. These goggles do nothing. I don't know where they came from, but there was some iron filings on the rotor. Blasted my eyes. Not to worry, they'll rust away to nothing. I couldn't fathom a guess where it come from, but the iron all kind of on the rotor, and when I gave her a little blast there, she popped me in the eyes. Son of a diddling thing. Now I'm blind. Oh, so it seems to be working okay, but this bloody Jesus forward reverse gets me every time. And that's it. Just that little tab. Yeah, that's the way. And back together again. Once again, for the second time, engage your safety squints.
Hey.
Check this out. Oh, it's in reverse. How about we go into forward? Let's get a spade bit and try that out. Inch and a quarter in high gear. About what we'd expect. Go into low gear.
Inch and a quarter is a pretty big bit, by the way.
Oopsie doodle.
For those of you that live with the inferior measurement system known as metric.
This thing's a killing machine. I'm not going to say nothing about the Tooth Fairy or Santa Claus, but you fellas what got the Milwaukee tattoo, you're going to want to turn away. Sometimes people other than Milwaukee...
I'm pretty sure. I am pretty sure they pay people to get tattoos with their shit on them as like a marketing tool. First time I saw that was with Razor.
Make skookum tools. And in fact...
it's just a temporary tattoo.
Crap out of the Milwaukee version of this. Because...
Which is rare, by the way.
It's got this forward reverse. Nah, the plastic gearbox. The color. But beyond that, this is a really good tool. Thanks for watching. Keep your dick in a vice.
Bad tattoos? No, I'm fine. They kind of go out with age too, so. Strange Parts, is he back? No. No. Oh, we gotta take a look at that. Strange. Oh, you did. That's a new video. Good for him. We aren't gonna watch it tonight. He has some medical stuff going on with him. Hopefully a little bit better now, though. So he can continue his channel. Very cool. He's a DIYer where he makes electronic devices and interesting things and doodads. All right. I guess we'll take a look through this. Not that I'm really super into Dead by Daylight right now, mainly because it's good to take a break from it, especially
Google
considering
Cloud
what they've been trying to do with the
Text-to-Speech
game.
enables
So, yeah, not very pro.
The final developer update of the year is here. In this
I'll
series
give you one
of
side a
posts,
huge-
we discuss the biggest upcoming
Huge
changes
upside.
and provide updates
Once
on
again, the best
ongoing
version of the game
processes.
was
This time,
prior
we'll
to the
cover the
anniversary update.
various features and improvements coming with next month's 6.4.0 update. Bots in custom matches kicking things off, we have a much anticipated feature that was first announced during our anniversary broadcast earlier this year. Whether you're looking for a place to practice a new killer before hopping into live games, or you just have an irrational hatred for bots that needs to be satiated, we're happy to announce that bots will now be available in custom games. Starting in 6.4.0, the host of a custom game can click the plus icon to add a random survivor bot to the lobby. Don't like the way that bot looked at you? The host can click their name and remove the bot at their discretion. You can face off against an entire lobby of robot survivors, fill empty slots when playing with friends, or ignore them entirely and play with a partial lobby of human friends like before, but our future robot overlords will remember this.
My guess is they're adding bots as a way to, when people DC from a game, they'll just film in with bots. So
While the first version of the feature focuses on survivor bots, we plan to include killer bots in a future update so you can practice against each killer as well. This will take some time, however, since the AI needs to be trained to use each killer's power first. Additionally, we
And then
have
the
a
cheat
few other
developers rip it off.
improvements in store for this feature in the future,
make Trapper
including
Butt.
the ability to select which characters you want by your side and their loadouts, though not all perks, items, and add-ons will be available to bots. If there's something else that you really want to see, as always, let us know.
Visual improvements, don't really care. Continue efforts to improve graphics day by day. We've upgraded visuals of unbreakable objects. Rather than making you read them about them, I figured to show you. Take a look. They just added more planks to walls. Okay. New basement. Okay. Alright. Flashlights. So they originally nerfed clicky speed. I guess they're now changing flashlights. It seems like they do a cosmetic thing before they fuck killers, so yeah. Like they did with Anniversary
Flashlight
Update.
adjustments. We recently updated flashlights to prevent them from being triggered too frequently to address concerns of epilepsy.
No.
While we were
They're giving
working on
something
this
to killers
change,
before
we
they
took
fuck
the
'em.
opportunity to revisit flashlights and plan some additional updates for them. In the 6.4.0 update, flashlights will receive two changes. 1. Locker blind immunity. Some lockers are positioned in such a way that a clever survivor can blind the killer as they are grabbing another survivor out of it. While cool in theory, there's not a whole lot the killer can do to counter this, even if they do chase away the other survivor.
Which is why it's
waiting
weird
with
that
a
Ots never
flashlight.
runs
The
into
survivor
this,
in the locker
even though he
can
has
take
8,000
advantage
people
of the
watching him.
distraction to make a break for it. To prevent situations like this, killers will receive blind immunity while grabbing a survivor from a locker. 2. Flashlight save buffer. A flashlight save can be a game changer, but they're a little tricky to pull off. On top of getting into position for a save, the timing on flashlight saves is incredibly precise. You need to blind the killer right as the pickup animation ends but before they can turn away. While experienced survivors have mastered this timing, pulling off a save can feel off limits for a newer player. To address this, we are adding a short, 0.25 second buffer to the end of a killer's pickup animation. If they are blinded during this window, they will be stunned and drop the survivor
Holy
as soon
shit.
as the animation finishes.
They're making the window longer for flashlight saves. Good survivors can flashlight save, guys. And there's a lot of cases where they barely miss it. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a big buff. That's a big buff. And locker blind immunity, by the way, this is just for bully squads. This is locker blinds where you get shit like this. It's generally only bully squads when you see this shit happen. Yeah. But this, however, this affects basically all the games. So what do we have here? They took away a cosmetic thing, which is clicky clicky, which I actually didn't care about clicky clickies because they're wasting time. And they added blind immunity to lockers, which is pretty rare for you to run into unless you're running into bully squad once again. Pretty rare for you to end up with being flashlight blinded. However, there's a lot of people at high MMR that try to flashlight save, and it's not uncommon for them to miss a flashlight save just barely. Yeah. By 0.25 seconds, yeah, that would be more than enough time. So, yeah, fuck the killer. Okay, moving along.
Matchmaking improvements. Dead by Daylight is always changing, so it only makes sense for the matchmaking system to change with it. We are always keeping an eye on matchmaking and making small tweaks behind the scenes to strike a nice balance between wait times and match quality. In addition to this, we have some larger much requested improvements on the way. Matchmaking is a very complex subject, so we'll have a dedicated post going into detail on how exactly these new features work next week, but in the meantime, here's what you can expect. Team-based ratings with escapes being the win condition for survivors. Dying heroically to save your team can feel a little anticlimactic. We're introducing team-based ratings to remedy this. Your rating will adjust based on not only your own performance, but the team's performance as well. Sacrificing yourself to save the team won't be nearly as punishing. Extended breaks. If you're just coming back from an extended break, contending with rust on top of facing the same caliber of players as when you left can make things rough. To make returning from a break easier, your matchmaking rating will adjust quicker after your first few matches back. This will help you settle into a place where you're more comfortable much quicker than before. Both changes will be a part of the 6.4.0 update, coming next month. Keep an eye out for a matchmaking blog post for more details.
Okay. I thought they already did this. I thought basically if you escape, basically it counts everyone as escape, and if you don't escape, like if no one escapes, then like it's a team-based rating. So either if 2 people escape, no one loses MMR. If 3 people escape, then everyone gains MMR. It's basically like the killer, only it's considered for the entire team. I don't know why they wouldn't do that in the first place, and I don't know why it took them weeks to do this, or months to do this, excuse me, when literally you could have done that. I swear they were going to do that in the first place, and I guess they just never did. I was pretty sure that they already did that. So if you get 3 people out, it counts as a win for Survivor. If you get 1 person out, it counts as a loss, and 0 is a major loss, right? And vice versa. If 4 people get out, then it's a major win, right? And everyone gets the same rating. I don't know. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to adjust the current system for that, but I guess they didn't. Ooh, cheating update.
An update on cheating. We recently shared a roadmap detailing our plans to combat cheating. In the weeks since we fixed a number of vulnerabilities to lessen the impact of cheats. Here's a list of just some of the exploits we've prevented recently. Prevented cheaters from hooking themselves, prevented generators from being instantly powered, prevented cheaters from starting a match with 2 killers, prevented cheaters from stacking duplicate perks and add-ons, prevented extended flashlight blind durations, reduced maximum length of matches to prevent extraordinarily long matches, added countermeasures to force the match to end after the end game collapse, added countermeasures to prevent player sniping, fixed an issue that could allow cheaters to crash the game. We are now able to confirm that these fixes were effective and have limited the abilities of cheaters for the time being. We have already identified additional vulnerabilities and will roll out fixes over the coming weeks, but we can't give details on these just yet to avoid giving cheat makers a heads up. We'll share more on what we've been working on in our next update on cheating.
Good. So, yeah, guys. So this is basically almost all of these are fixed with some very rudimentary version of validation by the server. The very fact that the game could start with 2 killers is absurd. Yeah. The very fact there's nothing in the game that prevented the game from starting with 2 killers is absurd. That being said, I'm pretty sure you can change to a killer while in the game. I know you can change your skins and you can change your character while in the game. So, despite the fact that you can't start with 2 killers, you might just be able to change to a killer in the middle of the game. That's kind of funny. Once again, basic level validation. So none of these are worth applause because it's all stuff that should have been done in the first place. Cheaters can't hook themselves anymore. It doesn't say that they can unhook themselves, by the way, just hooking themselves. So this is to help with people holding the game hostage, because the only way you can hold the game hostage is if you're hooked at the end of the match. Generator is being instantly powered. I'm sure this doesn't matter at all. You probably can just touch the gen and it goes instant. That's something that could be worked on right there. Once again, all this stuff, because of the way that Dead by Daylight works, guys, it is very easy. It is very easy to add validation to the game, because a lot of it's based on rules, right? It's like a board game, more so than a first-person shooter with the aim. Aim basically doesn't matter for the most part in Dead by Daylight. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Yeah, so in this case, almost all this stuff can be verified. Like how fast you can do a gen can be verified based on built-in rules, right? And if it's going too fast, the game knows that there's something wrong. All right, MC. Yeah, I got that based on INTP. I'm not really a mental health person. That's just mainly a personality trait. So, yeah. I don't know why it'd pop up for mental health. Like, INTP is a personality trait. It's Mills-Briggs and Mills-Briggs. So, regardless of that, it's mainly a way of, if you look for people, it's more of a dating thing. But if you look for people with certain kinds of personalities, usually they adhere to a certain kind of Mills-Briggs within a certain amount of granularity, right? But that's the whole reason it's there. Yeah. Prevented extended flashlight blind durations. Good. So they have, once again, checking some amount of validation. Reduce the maximum length of matches from 2 hours to 1 hour. It shouldn't even be an hour. If the match lasts longer than 20 minutes or 25 minutes, there's something wrong in the match, guys. Added countermeasures to force the match to end at the end of the game collapse. Yeah, they literally just added a check into the game. Good. Like I said, this is very rudimentary coding. Like, if this ever happened, imagine playing Overwatch, guys, and the match just didn't end when the payload reached the end. Yeah, like, that's insane, right? That's what we were dealing with as far as anti-cheat and cheating goes in Dead by Daylight, where they literally don't even bother adding checks to make sure that the game's operating properly, and it'd be pretty easy to do so, by the way. Added countermeasures to prevent sniping. It's kind of weird how this happened in the first place. It's been a thing for years, by the way, that people could get into your games. This is the only game, guys. This is the only game that I've played where people have been able to get into your game purely from, like, wanting to be there. I'm not talking about stream sniping. I'm not talking about clicking the play button at the same time that the streamer clicks the play button. Rather, you know that the person's queued, and you literally can go into the lobby, and you can boot out other players in the lobby, like a custom match. You can boot out other players and have your friends join to fuck. That's why one of the weird things I started doing was like, if we got a lobby and like it seemed like people were just being like removed from the game or something, I'd just dodge it. Like I stopped playing with people when we had fills, we had backfills, because oftentimes it would seem like we're waiting. We just sit there and someone wouldn't join. It seemed like we were waiting for a specific player to join our match. And basically that's what you'd see in a custom lobby. Insane shit. It should never have been in the game in the first place. Only game I've ever played where you actually can actively get into someone's lobby intentionally, not by stream sniping, just intentionally get into your lobby. That's insane. Fix an issue that could allow cheaters to crash a game. Yeah, the only time I've actually had Dead by Daylight crash was specifically with sus players when they're playing as well. Weird stuff. Let's see. Take a peek at this.
Temporary bans. Last but not least, we'd like to notify you about an update to our temporary ban policy. Temporary bans are used for minor infractions such as griefing, harassment, and unsportsmanlike conduct. These are separate from matchmaking bans acquired from disconnecting from a match. To better discourage toxic behavior, we are increasing the duration of our temporary bans across the board. First strike, 48 hours, was 24 hours. Second strike, 1 week, was 48 hours. Third strike, 1 month, was 1 week. Fourth strike, permanent, unchanged. Particularly bad or repeated behavior may result in more than 1 strike if our support team deems it necessary. A list of bannable offenses can be found here. http URL. We want to make it very clear, toxicity has no place in our game. We hope these increased durations will both discourage players from spreading toxicity in the first place, as well as give them more time to reflect on their behavior afterwards. As a reminder, cheating will result in an immediate permanent ban.
That's one of the things I don't like. So I have been silenced and temporarily banned in video games for abusive chat or for being toxic. Yeah. And nowadays, guys, while it might seem like a good system, oh, get rid of the toxic people. Yeah, get rid of the toxic people. You have to understand that that is incredibly subjective. And for instance, if you tell a team, like if you tell I've had many arguments, let's say in Heroes of the Storm, I've had many arguments with people that have no idea how to play the game, and I tell them what's going on, and then they get angry because what I'm saying is disagreeing with what they're saying, not because I'm like calling them an idiot, I'm saying you're a fucking moron, I'm using like strong language, like it's just because I'm disagreeing with them. I will get things where people will say I'm toxic or I'm like just silencing me as a terrible player or something like that, just purely because I disagree with them. Yeah, we are at the point, guys, with censorship where people. Oh my God, Sanjo, thank you for the support, dude, for 31 months. Oh my God, we're at the point, guys, where people will censor you, particularly because you're saying something they don't like, and that's pretty insane. Yeah, and like I don't understand it. Like it's just like disagreement. That's what it is. It's nothing to do with like being like an ultra toxic individual, like you're trying to grind them into the ground or something, like morally grind them into the ground. They just literally just don't like what you're saying, and they're like, you shouldn't talk because I don't like what you're saying. It has nothing to do with saying something that is super like objectionable or controversial. Like you're saying something, oh my God, like edgy as shit, right? You're even using swear words. No, it's literally because you disagree with them. You fucking disagree with them. That's crazy, guys. We've gone to the point where it's literally just, if you get enough people, and by the way, like what friend groups like fuckboy squads will do is if they have a group of friends that are playing together, they'll have everyone mass report you in the group, so you get even more hits, so it looks like more people are reporting you. And ideally, in an ideal world, the developer should be able to go, hey, this group is actually the one that's being toxic, right? But that's often not the case. They just look at how many check marks you have or how many people have reported you, and they don't look at the kind of people that report you, right? And that's fucking weird. Like I said, we have a defensive system that's now being used offensively as toxic behavior. That's insane. We've gotten to the point where the system that's designed to protect people is now a way of assaulting people. Yeah. And that's once again why I don't believe that censorship, like in this case, that's one of the reasons besides people being like super racist or something like that, like you're putting it on really hardcore. Like you just like saying all the bad things in the world. Besides stuff like that, like I don't feel as though you should be censored at all. Like if what people should have is a better method of ignoring people, for sure. You can put people on ignore all you want, but making the world change and bending to your will because you don't like someone that's like the epitome of entitlement and people that are spoiled. Yeah, like making the world completely change its way on a whim from you is not what the world is for. Like, we aren't here to serve you. That's the way it works. Like, you being any person that's like decides that someone isn't allowed to speak because they don't like them, like Karen shit. Like, don't like you. You're not allowed to speak because I don't like what you're saying. No, you just have a wrong opinion and I don't like you anymore. Therefore, you shouldn't be allowed to speak. Not I'm going to put you on ignore, but rather you just aren't allowed to speak anymore. You're like, yeah, no, dude. How about you don't speak anymore? One of those things. Like, you can literally point the finger back at, I don't like what they're saying. Like, do you think if I'm on the opposite side of an argument, I like the fact that person's being disagreeable with me? It's like basic Cro-Magnus type human behavior, like ape shit. And like, it's weird how many people will side with it just because you have like, you're throwing a hissy fit and you feel as though the world should adhere to yourself. Like, people don't logically view it. They just go, oh yeah, this guy's really angry. I should totally agree with him. He's so angry. Wow, this guy's emotional and he looks like he's being hurt. I'm going to agree with him totally. Yeah, this guy's wrong. It doesn't even matter what you're saying or talking about. So, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. And thank you for the continued support, Sanjo. I appreciate it. Here, I have a pony as well. Good stuff. Yeah, but there's a lot of toxic players in Heroes of the Storm. And like I said, you just ignore them is what it comes down to. Just put them on ignore. And, well, I faulted other people for putting you on ignore. It's when it becomes a weapon. My favorite thing, by the way, is if anyone ever whispers you and Heroes of the Storm at the end of the game, just put them on ignore immediately, because two things will happen. One is they'll try to rile you up, and then right when you're going to make a reply, they'll put you on ignore. Yeah. So they do two things. They bait an emotional response, and then they disallow you from giving an emotional response. And this is not just Heroes of the Storm. This is actually pretty common behavior for the younger generation, like the teens and 20-somethings. Is this their ultimate get back is to bait you into an emotional response and then put you on ignore. So then you immediately see that you're on ignore. Yeah. No, I've played League of Legends. I've played Heroes of the Storm. Dead by Daylight is hands down the most toxic game. It's all the gaslighting and the manipulation, the subterfuge, the gaslighting, the manipulation, and the spoiled, entitled survivors. When I play Overwatch, you don't feel like it is the entire enemy team versus you. Sometimes it is if your team's like really fucking stupid. But like even in Overwatch, when you're playing the game, it's a team versus team, right? But in Dead by Daylight, it intentionally makes a scenario where dogpiling is invited because it's a 4v1. Hence why Dead by Daylight or BHVR oftentimes will just side with the survivors, as you can see up here, guys, with the flashlight saves. So what they did here was they removed clicking. I don't care about clicking. That clicking's a waste of time. I'm glad when people click because then they aren't doing stuff that's productive. And they added locker immunity, which only really happens during bully squads and is not a normal part of the game. Locker blinds are not normal in my opinion. Coordinated locker blinds only happen in bully squads. When you radio into your HQ, your HQ that you're coming by the locker at coordinates 43625, right around there. And then someone moves into position for a locker blind before you ever get there. And then they get into the locker, so you have no chance of actually seeing them because you'll never see scratch marks. And then they get into a locker right where the friend is a perfect angle, and they pop out. And they can do it over and over and over and over again. It can be really annoying. If you guys have ever seen some of the super toxic bully squads for flashlight saves, it can be incredibly annoying. That's extremely rare. And when I disconnected almost all methods of finding my Twitch through Steam, I've only got maybe one locker blind squad, and they usually fail, by the way, 1 or 2 locker blind squads. They're extremely rare, and they'll usually fail. But prior to that, I got a couple of them, and it's one of the reasons I started going through great lengths to hide my Steam profile, was to keep people, and like constantly rotating, was to keep people from doing stuff like that, harassment things focused. I haven't gone, I think I've only gone one, I've only, since holding the game hostage, I think I've only had one example of someone holding my game hostage, and I definitely do not play in the most couth behavior like everyone likes me, right? One of the reasons I play and I go to such lengths to hide myself is because people disagree with the way that I play and therefore think I'm deserving of a certain level of punishment, such as holding the game hostage and ruining my ability to play the game at all. Once again, going back to talking about people implying censorship and using a defensive system as an offensive method of attacking people. Yeah. It's just like people just trying to impress on the world through usually passive-aggressive behavior in order to change the way that things happen around them. Fucking weird shit. But yeah, so in this case, we have a locker blind. Okay, that's all right. But once again, not something I normally run into. And now we have something where survivors have a really buff flashlight. It might sound like 0.25 seconds isn't that much. That can be all the difference between you being able to flashlight blind a killer and you not. And that's a really fucking big deal. And there's no mention here, by the way. There's no mention of the Unbreakable. And that's, by the way, with the Mori update. The Mori update was, hey guys, we are basically nerfing Moris, but we're going to make them more cinematic. And then at the same time, they're like, yeah, we're going to add base kit Unbreakable. And you're like, what? That's the one where I said, oh, this is like they're trying to distract killers with shinies. You know, oh, look at the shiny nickel. Here's a nickel for your $10 bill. One of those things. And at the same time, then they give survivors base kit Unbreakable, which will break the game for some killers completely. And I'm not being hyperbole. It's not hyperbole. It will break the game for certain killers that it have to slug, because Twins being the most obvious example, because of the way that their character plays. And BHVR wanted to put that in the game. Yeah, that's just insane. The flashlights, on the other hand, they're the length that you can flashlight stun the killer for is a certain duration on purpose, so you can't just get flashlight blinds willy-nilly, because it is, depending on what skill MMR you're playing against, playing against survivors, it is very difficult to get it down. And when you finally do, you need to get a hook, because that's the only way you're going to actually be able to finish the game. You have to kill people. It's not about how many chases you have, it's about killing people. Yeah, regardless of what True says about wanting to have NASCAR races and shit, it's literally not about that. It's about killing people, and that's the way the game goes. Because otherwise, what, you're just going to hold 3 survivors there and have one run around the map, and you want to do them single file? What are you going to do there? It's pretty ridiculous. And then on the complete opposite side of the spectrum, you have people like Tofu that are preaching that everyone should have a group bag of hook states and you shouldn't be able to kill anyone before 9 hooks. And you're like, holy shit. Yeah, like he'd even suggest like reducing the number of hooks, but at high MMR, getting 8 hooks before a death is almost non-existent. Like, you have to kill people at like 3 hooks. At the very least, you have to kill someone at 3 hooks. And 3-4 hooks, and if you don't, yeah, you're going to have problems. 0.25 is that big? Yeah, it's the difference between getting a flashlight and not getting it. There's cases where you'll hear the flashlight go off, and I didn't have time to look up, and it's usually because I missed time a flashlight. That's basically the difference between them timing it right and not timing them right. It's a pretty big deal. And yeah, it matters a lot. So, I don't know, guys. This is once again another patch where it feels an awful lot. This is all right. Locker blind. I mean, dealing with bully squads that do locker blinds constantly over and over and over can definitely ruin your day. It can ruin anyone's day that's playing a killer. You'll just that's DC, and you probably would DC if they didn't just giggle at you in the lobby. Whereas when survivors DC, it's an atrocity, right? When a killer DCs, it's hilarious because you bullied the killer out of the game with 4 people. So this is kind of nice, but this is not something that's going to affect every game at all. This is going to affect like maybe 0.1% of games. Not a big deal. This is not a big deal at all. This, on the other hand, is something that could very much help out not only high MMR, but also mid MMR players out immensely. So, once again, do we end up in a scenario where they gave us something cosmetic as killers, which is no more clickies? Oh, it saves people from photosensitive seizures, by the way. even though it wasn't really like they've had it in the game for years. It's something they could have done a long time ago. And then logger blind immunity, okay, that's kind of nice, and that will ruin your day if you run into a bully squad that just constantly does this over and over again. But then they did this, which affects basically all high and mid MMR. So, yeah. Cheating improvements, that's nice. There's nothing of interest here that they haven't already basically announced, with the exception being crashes, extended flashlight blind durations. They didn't mention stuns, by the way. If you guys didn't know, you can be stunned for however long the survivors want you to be stunned. So you can be stunned for the entire match. 5-minute stuns, 10-minute stuns, it really doesn't matter. You'll just sit there and go through an animation in super slow-mo. And once again, it's really fucking weird that that even exists in the first place, but it does. And they only mentioned flashlight blinds, not stun durations. Yeah, there's a lot of really just bad. Like when it comes, most cheaters are subtle cheaters, and they'll speed up gens and they'll run/vault faster, and that's really. And of course, they have like a wall hack, but wall hacks aren't really that big of a deal. It definitely helps you to make all the right calls when you have someone looping you, especially if they're. Actually, I take that back. They do mind games and shit like that. It's a really big deal, because it's one of the reasons where I'll say like I'll talk on comms that. I'm not a survivor. I'll talk to you guys that I'm W keying, and that's because it's a fallback mode where I know that I can't mind game a survivor, and I have to go at them in the most direct way possible, or they'll double back no matter what, and I won't be able to secure a hit on them. And while going the most direct route possible is not always a way of being capable of getting to survivors and downing them in a fast way, it is the most consistent way of downing a survivor that's sus. And that's why I'll say I'm W keying right now, and then I'll just go straight for them. And then you have to do things like vault a window directly on top of them. Even though you could go around and try to trap them on the window or whatever and do mind games. Mind games don't work when people are cheating. So when you're using a wall hack, I literally say that I'm W keying now, and just, yeah. It limits their effectiveness. If you are mind gaming, guys, and the person correctly reads what you're doing, it will cost you even more time than W keying. And that's why I W key. In certain scenarios, why I'll W key. So if you go for a mind game, you double back, and the person just leaves the route while you're doubling back, the person just leaves the loop in the direction that they know you're going to go back to. This is my red light, by the way. I'm pointing forward. They just leave the loop in the way that you're going forward. You not only just gave them a bunch of time in the distance and then vaulted a window or went around, but at the same time, obviously, there's emotional damage to too, right? Yeah. So there's certain players that you literally can't mind game, and just W keying is the only way of dealing with that. And W keying takes a while to catch some players. But once again, it's the most consistent way of doing it. So, yeah. Yeah, so even like wall hacks are very, very detrimental to you. Even if you're not running a speed hack, a wall hack is still very detrimental to you. But there's ways of dealing with that, such as W keying. Speed hacks, 107% speed hacks, 105 subtle speed hacks are a big deal, just as well as action speed bonuses. So, yeah. Preventing generators from being instantly powered probably means where you can remote the gens, is my guess. There's a bunch of different cheats. There's a remote cheat where you can basically power a gen from across the map. You never need to touch it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And you can power it to whatever percent you want. So you can see, we've had cases where we went through a match and the gen's like 30% of the way done while I'm going through the match. So, yeah, I just went across gens that are 30% done and like in a row, and there's no one there. There's no one around. And you're like, yeah, that's definitely a cheat lobby. So, okay, and then once again, I'm not pro censorship. You should give people better tools so they can't be harassed. But I am not pro censorship in any way, shape, or form. Censorship is one of those things that can be abused because there's always someone telling you that you can't talk. And who decides who can't talk? That's the problem. And once again, you can say what you want. This is basically even like it's not like something where I'm like, I don't support Trump at all. But like when people were giggling about Trump being banned from Twitter, what happens if it's a left activist that gets banned, right? Who gets to decide who gets to talk and who doesn't? Obviously, people just say, oh, it's a private company and they can do what they want on their platform, which is true, which is also why it should be protected under public speech, because you should be allowed. It's basically the new forum as in like the new town square of interactions is like Facebook and Twitter, right? People, that's where they go to talk to other people, and it's just the way the world is. So, yeah, even though it's a private company, it's definitely one of those things that should be protected. In this case, it's not really the same thing, but once again, people can manipulate a system like that and fuck people that don't deserve to be fucked through censorship. That's unfortunate. But anyways, Cover the big things here, guys. Yeah, nothing super spectacular. I'm glad they're keeping up with their anti-cheat. It's good. If this is true, where they stop people from getting into your lobbies, that's a pretty big deal for streamers. This is true. I don't know if it is. My guess, the whole reason that happened is because somehow they're able to trick the game into thinking that you're in a custom match while you're in the matchmaker, and then they can just change out. There's just like a host that can just change out yourself and who you're playing against. That's insane. That's obscene. That's insane. But I don't know whether or not this has actually helped or not. So, I don't know. Okay. Let's move on to the Reddits. Actually, let's make a highlight of that. We'll update it as well. We'll make a highlight of that guy. Upload it to the tubes. Yeah.
Matchmaking.
Good.
You really.
What with age twos and doodads. A little bit better now though. So you can continue his channel. Very cool. He's a DIYer where he makes electronic devices and interesting things and doodads. All right. It saves. And the gen's like 30% of the way done while I'm going through the match. Private company. The reason that happened is because somehow they're able to trick the game into thinking that you're in a custom match while you're in the matchmaker. All right.
Matchmaking.
Looks like my video is really far behind. Load it to the tubes. Things here, guys. Yeah, nothing super spectacular. Yeah, there's just, I don't know. Okay. Let's move on to the Reddits. Actually, let's make the or updates or uploads. Okay. 25th. Processing. Where have you been? Where have you been, Slain? I've been here all along. Where have you been? Where have you been, Slain? I took personal time. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I had some stuff going on in life, and I have something going on with my Achilles tendon right now, so I have to go see a podiatrist, I believe, this coming week, hopefully, and get that sorted out. So I might actually take off more time, depends on how things go with that, and acquire some medical bills, acquire some debt. Yeah. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. Ongoing thing, though. We'll see how it goes, guys. Okay, I'm going to wash my coffee cup out, guys, grab a soda and a water. I'll be right back. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. Okay. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and move along here and play some Gamaz. October 25 patch notes. Did we take a look at this? No. Yeah, we did. Basically just a seasonal event. That's why you guys are stuck in gold. Down on people for not being subscribed to credits. I think Sojourn should be nerfed. Most basic level, she shouldn't be able to get headshots with a rail. You're cyber psychosis. Right, lead? No. Might be the same lead. Lead's like a metal, but is it like leading? Word definition. Right. Mainly people memeing. Kiriko's voice acting is horrible. Yes, it is. There's gonna be a lot of haters because he's like, no, she's Japanese American. Of course, she's gonna have American acting. No, that's not what the character is in the game. I'd agree with that. The responses sound very forced. Look, the player is getting a limited edition spray. Okay. Were we ever told who this guy was, or is he just a nameless Omnic? That's a villain, I believe, from earlier seasons. Looks a lot like Reaper. teased him a bit and then just didn't show anything. Probably related to one of the developers that got canned.
Uh-huh.
AMD Reddits, guys. Waiting on the launch of the 3D Cache variant of the 7000 series, which should be this spring. Mm-hmm. Not seeing anything. Okay. DVD Reddits. My Halloween costume. Bad cosplay? Eh. She's cute. If you guys didn't know, Bird Lady in Dead by Daylight has a really long neck. Yeah, you won't notice it unless you look for it, but once you look for it, you'll notice it immediately. Her neck's like 1.5 times longer than normal, or 2. It's really long. Yes, I'm fat. I already know. Is she fat? Can't tell. Which people knew that it's actually faster working on separate gens when no one has PTS. Yeah. PTS is the perk that allows you to go faster when people are next to you. Getting rusty, guys. I don't remember the DVD names. Basically, Kindred when? Yeah, something that would actually help all the non-Swifts. Yeah, crazy. Complaining about insta-kill down killers camping hooks. I see. A lot of ways people find out. There's a lot of coordinated ways that high MMR squads work together to stop you from camping hooks, guys. As it turns out, when you're playing at high MMR and Dead by Daylight, there's a lot of things people will do to try and stop you from killing a player on a hook. And it's immediately apparent that some squads know what they're doing and other squads don't. Something about body blocking. Or just do gens. But just do gens doesn't work on me because I've gotten good enough at camping to stop that, but most people it works fine on. It's Kindred. What's happened here? Huh. She's cheating. It looks like she cheated, and then she ended up at the wrong place on top of something where she shouldn't have. That's pretty curious. So he probably wouldn't have known if he didn't see her basically follow the air. Yeah, 'cause she ended up on the top of the side of the building. I'm always terrified I'll report someone and have missed something. What? You're a fleshy human meat bag. What's this called? Getting spun. Very curious. So It is pretty fucking rare, because I've played a substantial amount of Dead by Daylight. It is pretty rare for me to get spun, or you know where the survivor does a spin maneuver on you, does a spin, and then you miss. Because the only way you miss is if you don't you don't do a swipe with your cleave, so you go back and forth, and or if you just basically go in front of. So they go around basically your character when you go in for a lunge attack to hit them. If you know that they're going to spin, or they look like they're going to spin, you just slow down, and or you cleave into them, or you can even backpedal while cleaving into them, and they can't actually, like, it's impossible to hit, like, miss them. It won't be a miss at all. There's like no way you can miss if you do it properly. New players can get spun, but that is, once again, when you're at low MMR and you don't have any idea what you're doing, and basically you overshoot, you get in front of the survivor, they spin around behind you when you're going for an attack and you lunge. But when you start playing against survivors and you know what you're doing, it's impossible. It's hard to describe what you're doing with your fingers when you're doing it, but you basically like let off the gas while they're going for a spin on you, and sometimes even backpedal. But it looks like what happens here is she actually teleports when she goes out of FOV. She actually teleports on him, and then she the cheat mistakenly thinks that the roots are the ground when it's not, and teleports her on top of the roots, which is why she drops. Yeah, the roots. Pretty sure she was on top of the roots behind him on accident. Yeah, like when she goes out of FOV, it teleports her. That's 100% hit. So one of two things should have happened there is she should have either ran into him and stopped moving, which would have been a guaranteed hit, or she just got hit. Regardless, but like based on the direction she was going, she should have ran into his character model, and she didn't. Yeah. Interesting. New cheats, guys. New cheats. As I mentioned before, you can program it in Dead by Daylight. You can make it, guys. Pretty much any cheat in existence can exist in Dead by Daylight, because the anti-cheat in the game basically doesn't exist, so. Let's see. Okay. Let's move along, guys. On to some Overwatch. I know we had to kind of... When I come back, guys, from taking a break, it usually takes us longer to get through the podcast. That'll happen. This is the way. But we're going to play some Gamaz here. We were originally messing around with frame rate capping in Overwatch 2 with some level of success here. So we're going to keep doing that tonight, guys, and see how it goes. Yeah. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. Meat spin? Wait, what? I completely missed that one. Whatever does it for you, Slane. Get all the meat spin you want. Let's see. Alrighty. I wonder what happens if you turn on 2 FPS caps. I don't think I'd want to. That'd be crazy.
Strike from above. Establishing aerial position.
turn off my program here.
Now traveling to Paris. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Mm-hmm.
Strike from above. There is always room for improvement.
Ah.
If you can handle both, go for it.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective
The skies await.
Over there!
Taking to the air.
Oh, that was for junk or our Junkrat? Hear what that was. No.
Crime doesn't pay.
Spawns. Fuck just happened to my concussive missile, guys? Whoop. I thought that was a widow.
Here it comes. Let's show him some air power. Aerial positioning underway. Let the Kitsune guide you. Justice rains from above. Outfoxed.
Fuck's it, there he is.
I require healing.
60 seconds.
Baptiste is like, what? What? Where? What? Once again, there should be a small DC penalty so people just don't leave games that are basically a loss and cause I think I intentionally reloaded, didn't I? Felt like I had a missile left.
I don't stay down.
Like, not much. It should, like, penalize you for, like, 5 minutes or something when you DC from quick play. Just to avoid people doing dumb shit.
Hey there.
That's not up either.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Long straight corridor, guys.
The skies await.
Oh my god. God. Back timing on the Q, guys. From McCree, that is.
Help me out.
Like he could smell that I was coming in for Q.
Aerial positioning underway.
Let them out.
Hmm.
Team
We're still redeploying.
Hmm.
It's not over till it's over.
Establishing aerial position. Okay, my head's in the game.
payload is approaching its destination.
Very interesting.
Plays of the game.
Mainly our Cassidy and our Anna, but we're still coming back, so getting back into things. It's kind of weird because the last day we played, it definitely felt like they had an anti-cheat update. It was actually Tuesday, wasn't it? Wednesday? Tuesday, Wednesday? What am I looking for? But it doesn't take cheat developers long to catch up, so. And it could have just been a fluke. He was on the 25th. That was like Wednesday, I think. I see. Why are we playing with people from Korea? We're on a central server. So if you guys are actually from Korea, they have like a fucking 300 ms ping or something. 250 ms ping.
The always room for improvement. I am empowered.
Yeah, it did pretty good, guys, and then they just all of a sudden got really fucking good.
Round 1. Capture.
Good for them.
Positioning. I'm with you. Together we will not fail. What's up? Dispersing. Establishing aerial position. Messy, but we got it done.
Anna from the last game. See?
Range of the objective. Form up on the I will not waste this opportunity. I want the objective. Terminated.
Ha 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 ha!
Enemy over here. Enemy here.
Yeah, I know it sounds silly to have a penalty for leaving in quick play, guys, but there's like literally, like, kids nowadays are to the point where if they have any sort of trial, like any sort of like thing between them and winning, like they just give up and just go into the next game. Just next it, right? Just go next.
Sustaining augmentation.
I guess maybe that's when you should play comp. You know, I think even if you're a backfill, it ruins things for you too, because then you get put into a game where you're at a huge disadvantage. There's a Tracer. I thought we got everything taken care of, guys. That wasn't Tracer. Also needs a damage
Another approach. Aerial position
damage readout
underway.
at the, when you die.
No one can hide from my sight.
Enemy here. Thanks for the assist. Dispersing. Got you. Okay, my head's in the game. En route.
Did that? That's fine.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Excuse me, Tracer.
Clean kill. Over there.
Oh, he's a smartin'. He's a smartin'. He knew he was about to die.
It's not done. I'm not done yet. Justice reigns from above.
Good.
Score 1-0.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Good. But looks like we're back to where we were earlier last week as far as questionable people, questionable aim. Last game more so than this one. But we'll see.
Ooh, I live for this.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Taking to the air. One more win. This should be easy. not waste this opportunity. That's the spot. I'm with you. Dispersing. I'm here to support. Your enemy's coming.
Stop, guys. I'm gonna E up too. A shift. Should have dropped. I was trying to strafe and I ran out of momentum.
All systems nominal. Establishing aerial position. Supplying damage increase.
I think Sojourn's still up here. I'm not sure.
Taking off. Excellent teamwork.
Oh my god.
Aerial positioning underway. Justice reigns from above. I don't think so. Heroes never die.
Yep. Could hear their dirty little paws in the hallway, guys. Good?
Play of the game.
What? I'm pretty sure we just saw an I'm pretty sure we just saw an aimbot on Piggy. I'm pretty sure we just saw an aimbot at the end there on the soldier that was behind shit. When he finished that guy off, where when he clicked to his face. Yeah. Aim clicked, not clicked. One. Huh. Yeah. That last little tick of his ultimate right there, guys. Everything looked normal until the end there. Good for them.
Strike from above. Into the air. Splash.
Double, triple kill.
Multiple hits confirmed.
Sneaky little bots.
Taken down. I don't think so. Justice served.
Double kill.
Aerial positioning underway.
Double
Messy, but we got it
triple
back.
kill.
Multiple targets eliminated. On the move. Terminated. Establishing aerial position.
Double kill.
I mean, cute, man. Oh my fucking god. That wasn't cute, guys. Would make sense.
Strike from above. Up and away. You are robotic disguise.
Double kill.
Uh-oh. Fine.
A clean kill. Taking to the air.
Yep. Much better.
Traveling to the right.
Strike from above. Ooh, I live for this. Hello there. Greetings. I'm here.
Yeah. Kiriko sounds way too much like Sombra. Which is fucking hilarious.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Aerial positioning
Attackers
underway.
incoming.
I will not wait.
Stop the payload.
So,
Okay, my head's in the game. Up and away.
no. Oh, buddy. Do we got a cheater, guys? Kind of feels that way. Good for them.
Payload has reached
my feet hit my head.
We can do
Thus is the
better
way.
than this. Come on, we're shredded.
Pretty sure we got a cheater. Notice how he isn't killing anyone else either? Kind of interesting. Missing shots on everyone except me. Oh my god, they missed a shot. Good for them. See your jump up here in a second. Another headshot, guys.
All systems nominal.
Think we're in plat and golds again, guys? Probably. Got her. I hate that character. She had more than... Oh, it's not... I thought that was the...
Always more to learn.
Moira. Notice how this Widow is not killing anyone else except for me? And we've heard more than enough shots from her, so it's not like she's shooting at people, because she definitely is. She just tried to pop shot me. My guess is we're seeing a guy that's toggling on and off here just being a dumbass, because they have to kill Pharahs, otherwise they're bad, right? But there's plenty of times where we just basically sat on the ground and didn't do anything. Now he's actually trying to shoot me with his own skill, failing miserably at it. Yep. There are nowhere to. Widow's definitely cheating. No. We had 2 healers behind us, by the way.
The skies await. Taking off.
I was trying to time that a little bit better. I think we could have got in there if I was more on top of things with my E.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Thank you. Thanks.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Establishing aerial position.
Yeah. She's just trying to shoot me. I knew that was coming. Mm-hmm.
Returning to battle.
Oh my fucking god, Doomfist.
Now, to start anew. I'm here. Misery made manifest.
Taking off. Excellent.
Trying to get an angle on me. No. Oh my god, she killed something other than me. Wow. She got tired of just sitting there shooting air. Almost. You can distinctly tell when the Widow toggles on and off. Basically at each checkpoint when she wants to push the cart.
The skies await.
That sucks. Good shit, guys.
Surrender to my will.
You have a GM Widowmaker and Plats and Gold. No. The only reason I'm on specifically Farah is to make her sit on Widowmaker and either show off more that she's cheating.
Aerial positioning underway. Taken down.
Or get bored and switch characters.
30 seconds remaining.
Steady your hearts. We're almost through.
There's a test subject.
Concussive out.
10 seconds remaining.
Hold up the defense until the end.
No. Surprise! Hey, look, it's a Widowmaker again. Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% an aimbot.
All systems nominal.
Let the dragon consume you.
En route. Justice
And dead.
from above.
Bye.
Goes
Dumb shit. Alright. And they immediately left. But we can find them, so that's not a problem. Yeah. So this is probably like someone that got a chip on their shoulder about someone playing Farah and like has like a raging heart up to kill all the Farahs everywhere or some stupid shit like that. Because that guy missed shots on literally fucking everyone except for me. And when you're flying around and going like this, guys, and he's going like this, it makes it very difficult. It makes it very fucking difficult to actually hit shots. So, yeah, that guy's 100% cheating. And, oh, I forgot to mention that he toggles on and off it depending on what's going on in the game. But specifically, I think I was like almost every single one of his kills was me. And up until the end where the Bastion was killing me, the only person that was killing me was the Widow. That'll happen. Ah, maybe we should check ranks. Let's see what rank we were playing against. Shall we? We shall. And that guy immediately left the match, too. Aw, surprise.
Strike from above.
Plats and diamonds, guys.
Oh, Winston, that was a long time ago.
Good stuff.
Don't fail me, or else.
Or else what?
Up and away.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Thank you.
Instant. Good. I mean, it is getting around Degenerate Hour, but it's only 2, and it's on the weekend, too, which makes it even weirder. I guess. And that's what normal aim looks like, by the way.
On the move.
Objective lost.
Okay, that's fucking weird. Okay. McCree from earlier. Ooh. Maybe I'm wrong about him having normal aim. Okay. Yes. You can see people through walls if you have outlines on like this, so.
Taking off. I see an enemy.
Okay.
I require healing.
Seriously, just running around looking for a respawn.
Much better.
No. Why won't you play with me?
I have power.
Waste all your time behind our team. There she is.
Enemy here. Okay, my head's in the game.
We got another one? Okay.
I don't stay down.
I think last week we were at like 1 in 3 people look like they're cheating. Not 1 in 3, 1 in 3 games we had someone that looked like they're cheating. But we have a limited number of data set here, so. Now, take a look. It's actually like 2 people here.
The skies await.
Wasn't the diva, guys. Yeah, he's 100% cheating. That's the McCree, guys. That guy was watching me through the wall just now. If you guys missed that, is locked onto me through the wall. Good. Jesus Christ. It's dangerous if you try to reposition someone, guys, that's using an ult like High Noon, because you might end up actually bopping them into line of sight with someone that hid, so. That's usually why I won't try to concuss with someone that's using their ult like that, because then I could end up just killing my team, and that's worse than dying, for instance. Trying to line of sight on the diva. That guy's 100% cheating. He's locking onto the fucking guy that's in front of me while trying to shoot me. Good shit. I don't know about the Tracer because we didn't see him enough. Unbelievable. Wrong guy, that's the diva.
Welcome to Oasis.
And Tracer might have been cheating. We didn't get enough clips on her though. Good shit. Is that the guy from last game? If it is, we're just gonna leave and find a new game. This next game. Next game. Ah! Let's see what rank he is. Yeah, he was blatantly staring at me through the fucking wall. You can see his aim go like this as it followed me behind the wall at the end there. Like, holy shit. What am I looking for? Ah, it's private profile. And Tracer also pretty sure was cheating, but we didn't get enough kill cams on her to see anything, so. We'll ask. Might just be a name, and because you can't see their ping, you can't actually figure out whether or not they're actually playing from across overseas or not.
Right.
This is something new, though. Last week we had like no one playing cross seas, and now we have a bunch of people playing cross seas.
Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
Dumb shit.
Forget regulation. This mission, I'm throwing a party.
Yeah, iPhone 14 is in the newest, like 21 or something now. You get her? Got her. Pink gone. That's all we needed. Losing your tank's a big deal, guys. Tried to time that with her abilities too, and I did a pretty good job. If she sat on top of the payload, she would have killed me with my own ult. I don't know, I guess, what these guys are. Fuck that up. Hey, buddy. Couldn't get out of there. By the way, so if you're in China, by the way, Tiananmen Square, you can't talk about Tiananmen Square. It's like censored by the government. It's not really like racism or anything like that, but if you like point out Tiananmen Square, like they aren't supposed to be able to see it. I don't know if it's some sort of federal crime, but it's actually like really bad for them. No fucking idea what. There she is. Where the fuck's Anna? My entire screen is fucking glowing. I can't see anything.
Let's show him some air power.
Driving the payload forward.
Up and away. Justice rains from above. I will not waste this opportunity.
Whoa, buddy. roll. Oh, she had an anti-CC up. Notice how we aren't insta-dying anymore, guys? We had that Bastion doing Bastion things, but yeah. A little bit different when you're playing against actual players. Surprise. A normal game. Only one that's kind of weird is the Genji. But he even seems to miss, so. Should eat. So, the weird things about, I mentioned this before, guys, like when someone's cheating with Sojourn, it takes a lot more effort to program a projectile aimbot than it does hit scan aimbot. Oh my fucking god, the fuck is that shit? I just tried to drop and I got stuck. Yeah, this wasn't worth the res. I don't know why she did that.
Thanks for the assist. Excellent teamwork. Orisa is here.
Party. Our team can't get it in the doorway. That's not good.
All systems nominal. Establishing aerial position. I let the keep power guide you. Position.
No. This Anna does not fucking miss anymore, guys. No. Had to get a pick somehow, so. I was hoping for a tank or maybe something squishier there, and we just got one instead of two.
I don't stay down.
60 seconds.
Are we moving the payload or what? Thanks for the assist. Scatter. Over there. Increasing altitude.
Objective's lost if we don't get a move on.
He's gonna come for a pull at some point here. I hear him clomping around. I have no idea where he is, though. There he is. Did we get him? No. Oh my god. So close. It's like 50 HP away from a kill, guys. Good, good, good. Plat, huh? Diamond. Definitely isn't what the game used to be, guys, in terms of where you find people that have insanely good aim. There, GM. The stuff that I have to do right now to stay alive is stuff that I used to do at GM to stay alive. Jesus Christ.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude.
Double.
You weren't watching the skies. Area positioning underway. Splash.
I do want to try the RTSS. We're having kind of some weird-ass games tonight, though. I want to try the RTSS frame rate crap at some point.
Establishing aerial
Yeah.
position.
Hopefully we'll get some normal games.
Now.
It's the weekend, you'd assume there's more normal players on, right?
Strike from above.
You just get casuals instead of getting people that look awfully suspicious. You know, like the kind of degenerates you see during like weekday hours when everyone's sleeping.
4, 3,
Maybe cheating's just become more mainstream. I don't know.
incoming. Defend objective
One's fighting the choke point. That's not good. Everyone immediately retreated from choke and just hit at the point, and then they backed off the point. Not good. Not good at all. It's kind of like one of those weird things a lot of people don't really understand, guys, nowadays, is like pressure. And even then, like even not always something a lot of people in general don't seem to understand. Is how you need to have pressure. You put pressure on the enemy team and they put pressure on you. Giving up ground and taking it back, right? If you don't fight for ground, you immediately lose an area, and then you lose whatever your objective you're working on, right? Oh. Another fucking Hanzo's eyeing me up again. God, that turret. Yeah, it looks like he's cheating. Yeah. Anyways, we were talking about Sojourn earlier, guys. She's a little bit weird, and why it looks like sometimes like someone's cheating on her. It'll get like miss like 70% of their mouse one-shots and then hit every single railgun. Is because the railgun is a hit scan, and their M1 is a lead projectile. I can make it. There we go. Nope. And insta-killed me. This guy I'm pretty sure is cheating. Not.
I don't want to talk about it.
Earlier looked like he was. And like, I do want to play other characters. I think Pharah's basically dated at this point. I think Echo's just a better version of Pharah. Yeah, it's almost like he did that on purpose. That's kind of weird. And for some reason he knew what he did just now. Very interesting, right? Well, if you want to solo ult me, that'd be my guess. Got the Hanzo. Yes, it is.
All systems
Like 4 degrees.
I am unbreakable. Increasing altitude. On the move. I knew I could help you. Passive out.
Jumping around, hitting all of his shots, guys. Trying to shoot me through walls. Good for him. Shots.
Ooh, I'm gonna shove them in a lot.
Like, he'll just hit every single shot, and then you'll just miss a bunch of shots. Yep.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Stick with it.
Okay, my head's in the game.
My ultimate is charging.
On the move. Up and away.
Yeah, it's like a pre-made, guys, or cheating, one of the two. You can fuck off, dude. I know you're sitting right there waiting for me.
I don't think so.
It's like a pre-made? I'm not exactly sure.
Returning to battle.
They had 3 degrees? Yeah, that guy's 100% cheating. Good shit. Okay.
I don't think so.
Play of the game.
Uh... Shit. Next game.
Arriving at
And some fucking weird games, guys. Oh, let's take a look to see what kind of players we're playing against just now.
select your hero.
No idea. Remade 2. Who's the other guy? Metro that was doing weird shit. Also doesn't. Eh. Can't tell. Doesn't play comp.
Strike from above.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
This is a trend, guys. We've seen a shitload of these guys tonight.
5, 4, 3, 2.
It's just the characters. I'm sure they're normal.
Unlocks in 30 seconds.
Greetings.
Taking off.
There's an enemy here.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That guy's cheating. Yeah, that's another one that's cheating. That is Bastion.
Taking the lead.
Isn't the soldier.
Okay, my head's in the game. Up and away. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
We need to put a stop.
Might not just be. That's like a soft lock. Might not even. Might not just be the Bastion. Might also be the soldier as well. Fuck off.
All systems nominal. On the move.
They're pushing. Let's
Yeah, he's like barely moving his mouse, and you can tell it's just like locked on. Jesus Christ, guys. Obviously, if I played something like May, would do better, or just a different character that doesn't fly, so you're less prone to visibility. We're supposed to be trying shit out right now, and it's not really working. Good shit.
Barricade is pushing forward. Justice rains from above.
heading you up.
Not even like New York. She sounds like she's like fucking from Boston or something.
Move up here.
I won. Enemy here. My ultimate is ready. I'm on my way. Nano
Deploy.
Transitioning.
My God. He's fucking trying to shoot people through walls and shit. Yeah, that guy's 100% cheating too. Good. So Bastion definitely targets people through walls, pre-aims through walls, has an aimbot, barely moves his mouse and just locks onto your character. Soldier 76 tries to shoot you through walls, also does the same shit. Good stuff. Okay.
We need that robot to turn around.
Taking the robot. Ultimate's charging.
On the move.
God, I'd say hate to see what comp's like in GM right now if you're seeing this in fucking flat. That guy's definitely fucking cheating. Bastion looks like he has a soft lock and with a bit of deviation like aim assist, magnetism, and Soldier 76 looks like he has a hard lock. That soldier, he knew what I was gonna do, and he literally just jumped out there to try and shoot me. Oh, hilarious. Shit.
Systems nominal. Aerial positioning everywhere.
They're moving the barricade.
I see an enemy.
EMP activated.
Being purified. Outfoxed. Concussive out.
I mean, he literally doesn't kill you any faster if he has his aimbot on compared to normal, so. Really doesn't fucking matter.
Okay, my head's in the game. Taking to the air.
Bye! It looks like their healers are normal. Probably love interests, so we'll just keep targeting them.
It's like they aren't even trying.
And then forcing their DPS out of position. And then killing them. Then I'll force them to over-prioritize their healers, which would be good. Start splitting them up.
EMP activated.
Taken down.
Christ. I fucking hate push so much, guys.
Please come with us.
30 seconds remaining.
somehow snuck in there and grabbed the robot.
Help me. Up and away. Shake it off.
I thought I could get some of them off the roof and displace them, and just instantly died.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Stop them and victory is ours.
E.
Play of the game.
Bryce. Ah, it's cheating tonight, guys. It's a weekend, too. Even weirder.
Traveling to new queens. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Soldier killed people no faster when he had his aimbot up compared to normal. It's pretty incredible. I wonder if this is comp too, or if it's just quick play. We've talked about this before where people play quick play and cheat because they think no one's going to report them and they don't play comp at all. It's a gold plat.
Strike from above.
Other golden plat. Diamond slightly.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
En route. Establishing aerial position.
We must stop them.
She has an vulnerability ability too. Perhaps not best timing.
I don't want to talk about it.
It's tough to find timing now, guys, with Ultimate Unfair. Normally it's like 1 to 2 picks, but you can't even get that anymore.
My nano boost almost ready.
I gotta wait for the tank that got staggered.
ازيك؟
Up and away.
Don't let them push any further.
Let the kitsune guide you. Airspace is closed.
Come on, robot.
Barricade is pushing forward. Taking off.
Push ahead.
That's the Tracer? And it looks like he has a wall hack
The skies await. They've taken the robot.
based on pre-aim we saw just now.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
On the move.
I'll be right there. Sorry. Got it. Ready for
Repositioning. Let's get back to it. Let me balance the aerial positioning underway. We need to halt
I'm on my way.
He's on the left. No.
Negative.
Yeah, actually. Oh my god. Oh, the guy that's cheating? That was the Tracer, as I mentioned from earlier.
All systems nominal.
I am on fire.
Increasing altitude. I have claimed the robot.
My ultimate is ready.
Dragon Surge is ready. The robot is pushing the barricade. Dispersing. Aerial positioning underway. A little more and we have the lead.
That last second heal?
Acknowledge.
Hey.
I'm on my way.
Burr, 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 burr.
The air. We have bested their record.
swear I just shot through him. Should have E'd. Again.
Making another approach.
Pretty rough games tonight, guys. This is actually one of the better games because 2 people aren't cheating instead of 1. Huh. That's a pretty low bar. Tank pick, tank pick. A dead DPS means nothing. A dead tank means everything.
I don't stay down.
Pretty much. I don't know on our team who's cheating. Usually more technical players. Cheaters almost always play hit scans. So, like, Genjis usually won't cheat. But if they're feeling feisty, they play, like, something like Tracer. And then they swap to a soldier when they're feeling fuckered. What happened in this game. Because you really don't... You don't get... Oh my god, I just wasted that. You really don't get rewarded when, you get in close with the Tracer. How's the Zen? But yeah, this is pretty bad. It wasn't like this last week. It's fucking weird. Normally on the weekend you get more casual players. Like you'll get less people cheating. Last week was fine. It was relatively decent, and then it got better. And then took like 3 days off, and now we're playing with this shit. Soldier's definitely cheating. Oh, I'm stuck. No. This is silver. Like it used to be, you'd only see the shit in like GM and like maybe a little bit in Master, because that's used to be what I used to play. We're playing against people that are rated gold and plat. Like it's infinitely worse compared to what it used to be. Oh my god. Oh, that's not good. We're about to get staggered.
They're making progress. Stop them. On the move. Protection. I'll be right. I want mine. I'll be right there.
Like, it doesn't seem to matter anymore. It used to be like they're all mainly in higher ranks, except for like that one silly goose. We got a Q. Yeah. That guy's 100% cheating. Like, he'll deviate a little bit, but that's normal.
Merry Christmas.
He didn't really ever die to his grenade. It's just all just like insta kills with his most one. Normally, like even in GM, you have enough time to do like a maneuver where you do like a shift to the air and then dead drop to the ground and then use your E to get out, which I did a couple times. You saw there, and then the one time I didn't, we got reapered. Yeah, I mean, if it used to be, I think it's one of these things where Blizzard has kind of like slipped as far as their anti-cheat goes, and or people have gotten better at getting around their anti-cheat, one of the two. And cheating as a whole has become more accessible. When I said I played in Grandmaster and Master, that was back during Season 2 and 3, so like 4 years ago. And apparently it's changed pretty drastically since then. And I played a substantial amount of the game before, surprised when I get 1-2 tap just now. Woo! Hey, buddy. No. 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 No, mine. I want this med kit. Oh, it's gone. Now there's literally someone right there. We're gonna leave.
Thank you.
I was trying to play Reaper, and it seemed like I had a lot of no regs playing Reaper, like where shots just wouldn't hit. That's why the fuck is Reaper sitting on there? Why isn't that a soldier? The fuck is this shit? But anyways, yeah. So no reg is where you you shoot someone, your shot doesn't register on them. Like they're fucking sitting there waiting for me. It's very weird. And tank gone. I'll take that. Through their mercy. There we go. That timing, guys.
I don't stay down. Aerial positioning underway.
10 seconds.
Go to the cart. Fuck off. We just can't tell. But yeah, anyways, I've had problems when I was playing Reaper where I just get like up to close to tanks and just shooting into the tanks and it doesn't seem like you're doing anything. Unfortunately, we backfilled into this and it's too late. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The ramparts? Yeah. That's kind of like one of those learning things where a lot of people are just like, hey, you can shoot out the windows here. Yeah. Yeah, the ramparts. You're talking about like the little thing that goes over the top, right? Yeah. You either die to it or you realize that you can shoot out of it at some point while you play the game. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm going to take a piss real quick here. And grab another water. Good too. Then we'll play some more. I had intended on trying out frame rate limiters tonight, but we're having such weird games, guys. I don't think we're going to get to it. We're back, though. Deal with the funkiness. Alrighty. I got some rainbow Twizzlers, guys. These are pretty good. These guys, you guys have ever seen those? They're pretty good. Yeah. NVIDIA control panel? Well, there's a couple. You can use, in-game, you can use NVIDIA control panel, or you can use RTSS, which is with Afterburner. And what I've found is they act differently. Like, they feel different when you're using them. Right now, we're on the NVIDIA control panel, and the only one that actually, will lock your FPS below, like, consistently below what you set it to is RTSS, but RTSS feels the weirdest out of the bunch. I don't know if that's good or bad. This game's really weird. I have FreeSync. Generally, you don't want to use a VSync at all. Whenever we talk about FreeSync in general.
Select your hero.
Normally, a VSync will add input delay and make everything feel janky. Yeah. In-game, well, normally it shouldn't matter, to be perfectly honest. This should not be a thing. Like, I'm like, oh, NVIDIA control panel versus RTSS versus in-game. But just doing it, you can feel there's a difference in the gameplay. And I don't know what's going on. Which is why we tried a bunch of different options. The aim and, like, kind of how floaty your aim is, and input delay feels really weird in Overwatch nowadays. Which there's a lot of threads on the forums about that.
And your mind will become clear.
Normally they tell you to cap it like 200 your frame rate or something.
3, 2, 1.
Maximize your frame rate. Widow, Mr. McCree. Nice Widow head drop.
Acknowledged. I might stop the payload.
Widow? Fuck, what are you doing? That sounded so weird. I was like, that's a Sombra? Because Widows almost never use their machine gun. Man, it just sounded different. I started using not RTSS. Thought it was dead. Thought I was dead. Oh my god. Holy shit. Dude, this fucking Mercy. Ruh-roh, Shaggy! Okay. Almost. And then we got widowed. This Mercy's doing her downer just to keep me alive. Well, her and the other healer, too.
All systems nominal.
I have a 240 hertz monitor, but I really want to get a new monitor. It feels like this was, I have an Acer, and it feels like it's kind of subpar. Be nice to the Mercy. She'd be nice. Oh.
Thanks for the assist. Over there.
Supposed to be an acknowledge. And then a Widow headshot.
I'm not done yet. Enemy over here. En route.
There she is again. She's 100% cheating. Do you see when I hit my... So one of the ways of identifying when people are cheating is when you do a high velocity maneuver. I use a dash on Genji, use a dash on Tracer, and their aim instantaneously follows along with you. Like you just saw me use my concussive, and her aim went boop like that, and followed me perfectly. That's because it's locked on. So, yeah. I know you like being fucking horse's pet, but now she's trying to jump shot me and shit.
Taking off.
60 seconds remaining.
Over there.
Hear her fucking gross footsteps. Horse is over here too. That's a waste. I was hoping the horse would come into the room, and then she didn't. Oh. Oh. Not giving you a shot. Ah, there's our Widowmaker. This plays Soldier. Oh.
Step rider.
Okay. The Widow heals, yeah, the clippity clop. Also sounds like a horse. But anyways, I have a FreeSync monitor, but I don't think it's the quality is subpar. Dude, did we? We'll see her on Soldier here in a sec. Don't worry, guys. It's usually what the cheaters go to. Sojourn takes a little bit more advanced aimbot because he uses was the wrong kid. Nope, she went back to Widow. Well, anyways, I don't think it's up to par. I never really tried out this monitor with Overwatch, and like when I do something like this, it turns into a gobbledygook. It makes it very difficult to follow people in close quarters. You get him? That pole literally just saved her.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah. But it's, you can look at testing and figure out which one's the best so it doesn't give you a lot of artifacting, if that's what you're getting at. I have it set to whatever gives you the least amount of artifacting, the best bang for your buck, basically. It's a good suggestion, though. I didn't even think of that when I was fucking around with this the other day. I want a Twizzler, man. That's actually a tank.
A most impressive display.
I didn't even think of reducing my overdrive. Or maybe it's not enough. Go either direction.
Thanks for the assist.
30 seconds.
Did we get him? I think we got him. Alright. Hi! That's the guy that's hitting crack shots on those guys, and he can barely fucking move his cursor around on the screen, and he has zero situational awareness. Oh my god. I couldn't see anything because of the fucking arches from the shrine.
Need reinforcements. Can I get an ETA?
Making a full recovery.
I will not waste this opportunity.
Not doing too bad accuracy-wise.
Aerial positioning underway.
You don't say. Oh.
Thanks for the assist.
He's just gonna sit in there.
30 seconds.
Up and away. Dispersing.
Puss. Waiting for his ult to wear off.
All systems nominal. No. Blasted. I am power.
Boop. Alrighty. Oh, he left. It was the other guy that was here.
Play of the game.
Where'd you go? There he is. Yeah, that guy's 100% cheating. Shooting you at the fall off. Which one? So, like, a lot of people think, like, Farah's, like, all about getting direct hits and shit like that. I mean, it looks good and everything. But when you get up to high MMR, which we're having to use now, it's literally about playing line of sight. Always playing line of sight, trying to make sure that they can't shoot you. And then they have to get themselves out of position in order to aim at you. Because you always run into hit scam in this game no matter what. It's always going to be hit scam. It doesn't go away. I don't catch everything. Because, you know, obviously I'm streaming too, but... Or I might have been looking at something else on my screen too. But yeah, this monitor definitely isn't as good as... I had a PG258Q, which is an Asus monitor. This one has a stuck red pixel too, which is annoying. And I switched this because it had a newer monitor, a newer panel. I don't think Acer tuned it right. Or they swapped them out later on because they're more expensive or had high defects or something. But this doesn't... This is definitely blurry than what I remember Overwatch being. I'm really interested in the 500 Hertz monitor, but that's like still probably like 4 months out. Yeah, they announced last year, or earlier this year, excuse me.
Stay sharp. It's hard to keep your
There's also 480 Hertz monitors coming out too. That's not good. Gonna make it? No.
Aerial positioning underway. Splash. Damage.
Hey, buddy. Oh. If he's going for a pop shot like that, you can do different things like stopping momentum. I just hit the jets, for instance, there. A hard jet to stop him from wherever he was trying to lead me right before he shot. That's not good. Not good. Yeah, I think one of the most disappointing things about coming back to Overwatch 2 from Overwatch 1 is, like, realizing the proliferation of cheating. Like I said, we're playing, if you look at the ranks, the ones that are, oh, that is fucking bad. Oh, no. Oh, no. Forgot there's a door there, he just walked inside, it's fine. But like we're playing against, if you check profiles, the ones that aren't private, they're like fucking plats and golds. And we're running, relatively frequently running into people with like cracked fucking aim. Did our fucking McCree toggle? Kinda looks that way. And then you get shit like this too, where you got like people that like when they get frustrated, they'll toggle on too. But you know, there's a lot of people that play the game. So just like assuming across the board you have people that play like their GMs from season 2 and 3, I don't really buy that. Based on SBMM, so distribution of players, you should actually be running into less skilled individuals, assuming that people that are skilled are going to be, you know, less common, right? No. Favorite Doomfist thing to do. I've thought about that though. I don't think there's just like an overall global skill, especially considering Overwatch 2 should have brought back a lot of new players. This means these guys are scoring plat and gold over the last couple seasons. Plat and gold. Back when I used to... Back when I was playing during season 2 and 3, arguably I'd say one of the sweatiest times during the game. You'd only start seeing the shit we've been seeing with like the Widowmakers and stuff at like GM and like right at the beginning of GM at Masters. Rick and Morty. The reason I pointed out is because it's a huge contrast too, because I have like a data point from when I last played and then when I played again.
I've got you covered.
Rick and Morty. Like not GM, plat and gold is not a small portion of players. And the tank's dead. I'll take that. Oh, what a nice mercy! Getting a tank on a pick on a tank is a huge deal, guys. It's worth like 2 players, in my opinion. 3 maybe, 2.5 players. God. Bedtime.
Surrender to my will.
Yeah, I'm not... So, if people cheat, they can cheat at any rank. Obviously, if you're good at the game and you cheat, you're going to end up a high rank, right? But a lot of people cheat because they aren't good, right? You get tired of being bad. So you can definitely now, like, I used to run into this shit back when I played. In plats.
Okay.
Like, the lowest we got was, like, diamond. And then we got all of that. Almost. Not enough time, guys. No. Our tank needs to go to the point. Sure. We aren't like, we're not really silver. But if you're getting people that are like consistently hitting, so sometimes people like there's a time at which that's where I said he started cheating. When people first download cheats, right, they're going to be a certain elo, and then they're going to rank up over time. So you can start out at a certain area. And from what it looks like, your MMR doesn't, your SBMM, so the MMR you're placed at for quick play doesn't change unless you change your comp rank. Like, I'm not going up or down. I'm playing against the same kind of players because I haven't won back to comp yet.
Traveling to Nepal. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Do we have any 1-2s? I think they're just mainly chest shots.
Strike from above.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Aerial positioning underway.
That's not good. We're on the wrong side of things, guys. I need that. No! There's always issues with positioning. You're correct. For sure.
Time to kick some tail.
I used to recommend people play Pharah at lower ranks. I used to recommend people play Pharah at lower ranks because people couldn't hit you.
Health restored.
And you'll run into people, like I said, our games tonight are really bad. Nope. I'll take it. Tank pick's worth it, let alone the support we got at the end there, too.
Always more to learn.
Leading projectiles, in my opinion, is much more, like, can turn into RNG depending on how much lead time you have to do, but it's a lot more skill-based than people with insta-shot weapons. Then. And then on top of it, like I said, a lot of this comes down to line of sighting people, so you just aren't in the open constantly. I think he's trying to go up top again.
First round, 1.
Oh. You mean if you're playing a hit? She's one of the hardest characters in the game to hit. But if you have insanely good aim, she has no cover in the air, so you can't hide behind shit, right? Oh. It's like having to pass a skill check. I don't know if that's what you're going at, but for sure.
Ooh, I live for this.
Like you must be a certain skill level in order to kill a Pharah. Or you can play Moira, or what's the other one? D.Va's actually pretty good at killing Pharah now, because they're shotgun arms. There's another one. Moira's a big one though.
Nice. Let's keep it up. Take it to the air.
What's my team doing? Thank you. Not healing her team right now. Uh-huh. Stealth Pharah!
System repaired. Establishing aerial position.
I was hoping for 2. He ended up walking away though. I don't know if it's a leg thing or what, but I've definitely seen Moiras that shoot like further than they should. I know that seems weird. It might be not a leg thing, a Lancey thing. I definitely had people connect to me from extra far away. No, the timing!
Okay, my
Well.
head's in the game. Increasing altitude.
That's not who I want to see.
Always more to learn.
My ultimate is ready.
I mean, Favor the Shooter is just like a colloquial name for it's usually futile, but God.
Enemy getting up.
Processing, processing, please stand by, processing. Oh my God, well, that works for me. I'm not gonna shoot at him. That's okay. Good. Nice. Depends. Like, favor the shooter. Oh my god. He stole it, guys. It's probably the same one, though. Oh, a different one. That was actually a pretty normal match, guys. Wow. Imagine that. Not bad. I spam a shitload of shots, so. There's so much vertical cover. It depends. The new Chinese map or Asian map, I don't know what to call it. I don't know. The one with like the arena in the center is pretty fucking horrible in my opinion. Where it has like the tall pillars and then there's like the central area with the shrine or whatever in it. It's actually pretty terrible. But yeah, it's not just vertical, it's also using like sides of buildings, anything you can land on. At one point I was using a platform, right, for line of sight like this. Because if I'm shooting down, I can line of sight them over the top and then they have less to shoot at too. Sometimes just like at the front gate, for instance, even though I'm hovering, they can see my feet. They can't, aimbots generally don't lock onto your feet. They lock onto your head or your chest. But if they try to do headshots on you, you can't. It's like having a headshot protection. So you will take less bursty damage, right? Lots of line of sight stuff. Very technical from a frying standpoint. There's a lot of people that will gloat about like their direct hits and shit like that, but trying to keep a hit scan from shredding you is pretty ridiculous. I think it's Busan, I don't know. It's the one with like the 4 shrine in the center. Got him? Yeah. I don't like the new tank. She's way too small. In my opinion, that's a bad thing. She looks like a Reaper when I see her on my screen, or a Sombra. And she doesn't register that she's a tank. That guy looks sus.
Okay, my head's in the game.
You saw the perfectly trained U-shape.
Establishing aerial position.
That's the tank again. Dude, Roadhog.
I don't want to talk about it.
Those Twizzlers are so tasty, guys, I'm not gonna lie. It's like eating Starburst, only they're juicier.
Stay down. Up and away.
I don't want to go out and trickle. Okay.
On my way.
Aircraft primed and ready.
I don't know what the fucking Lucio's doing, but he's still alive, so.
Stop their push.
Yeah.
Railgun shock. Okay, my head's in the game. They're pushing the barricade.
Now I gotta wait again.
Together.
Lucio's still alive once again.
Aerial positioning underway. I will not waste this opportunity.
Got it. Ready for duty.
So you can't actually sit on those things?
Making another approach. Thanks for the assist. On my way.
And got one. That guy's 100% cheating, by the way. So for some strange reason, when people are using hits, like when they're playing hit scan with like an aimbot, they love dicking on Pharahs. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't think so.
Oh. Pretty rough. Yeah, I guess people have got aim at silver! Or, like, fucking gold. Yeah, that guy's 100% cheating. That's not him. Jesus Christ, guys. We got one normal game, at least, up until this point. Whoop.
Here, Gracie. You got too close, didn't ya?
I like, by the way, that it doesn't fuck up your report when you go through, like, a bunch of loads and shit. Yeah. Yeah. That guy had something going on. And once again, I think Pharah's kind of went, putting aside the cheating in this game, like, Pharah's very, predisposition to cheating because she flies through the air, and once again, she has almost no cover. If someone gets a line of sight on you, they can just fuck you over. Kind of went the way of the Dodo. I think Echo's just better than Pharah, but we haven't played her yet. She appears better, though. But in general, like, you might just... might not be able to play her anymore specifically because of the cheating. Mom's a robot. Yeah, and she basically is like where Pharah's like a bomber, she's like a fucking multi-role fighter. She's pretty good at fucking Pharah if she wants to. Oh, thank you. What a nice guy. It's a title you get by basically like doing quests and stuff. Okay. Should have went for the DPS who moved away. Good.
I don't want to talk.
I think the Battle Pass has some of them in it, but it's like titles you earn. It's under achievements or something. Oh, it's when you go to customize your profile.
Thanks for stop them from pushing that barricade.
No.
Excellent team. Heroes never die.
What is the melody?
Yeah, but I think if you right click, it's the same way you set your icon. If you set your icon, there's like a couple, there's like titles, there's like a backdrop thing in there too. I saw them the other day when I was trying to change my icon. Fuck. What? That didn't even register. Let me kill you, Mercy, please! I'm nice, I promise!
I need help. I could use a hand.
He wants someone to tractor to. And we're pretty far in. Oh!
Repositioning.
No one can hide from my sight. I need help. I could use a hand.
Up and away.
The enemy barricade moves.
Notice how we aren't insta-dying in the open compared to our friends earlier? This guy hyperextends. Like a lot. What happens when you feel like you're a one-man band with the tank?
Heat check confirmed.
No! Oh. Ruh-roh. Dude. I literally fucking walked into that. Can you walk out of it? I was gonna go around the corner and cue them, and then I got stuck in that shit.
Actuating the barrier.
Love the God. I can't fucking see. Okay. Okay, game, you win. You win, game. You win, game.
I don't stay down. Taking to the air. There's much for you to do. No one can hide on my
That timing. Bet their tank, yeah. They probably would have won already if their tank didn't just immediately just like constantly overextend.
We strike again and again. Let me fix you up.
I expected him to find him over here. It's kind of a shame that Farrah kind of sucks. Like, I really enjoy playing her. She's so much fun. Yeah, 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 do it, Mercy. Do it, Mercy. Oh my god. Mercy's dead now. I was fully expecting to kill both of them guys, and I didn't. Yeah, I looked at her patch notes because I haven't played in forever, and they nerfed her flight, but then it looked like they buffed it again. But you definitely can't fly as long as you used to. Like, you can't maintain height, which is weird because she definitely doesn't need nerfs. You can play some Farrah and see if she needs a nerf. Hey, buddy. Oh, we're probably dead. Yeah. Well, I mean, you just... Like, Mercy can fly forever. You could it used to be you'd be able to maintain height, but you'd slowly drift to the ground if you tried to go up too far. That's her character, so, I mean... That's not good.
Stop them from pushing that barricade.
My E just came up too, or my Q. Ruh-roh, Shaggy! Oh my god, killed the fucking Mercy. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck. They somehow moved it a tiny bit, guys. Or wait, no. No, we pushed it further. Okay, we're still fine. Good. What? Who touched? No! No! We got a lot of heals from Mercy. Normally, so... I thought you have to touch the cart within like 2 seconds to start overtime. Okay. Hey, look, guys, we don't need to report anyone. Yay! I'm sure they're probably just funneling my reports into the trash at this point, so, you know, whatever. Holy shit, it's 4. Huh. Okay. They're pretty good. Nope. Fooled you guys! Fooled you! Okay. I'm going to keep streaming later and later, and it's going to completely fuck up my sleep schedule if I can't keep doing this. Alrighty, guys. First day back after I took a couple days off. Kind of had some weird games tonight, not going to lie. It's pretty much like every game had a cheater in it, or multiple cheaters, depending on what's going on. Lots of Korean and Chinese names for whatever reason. I guess they could be Americans or people from NA with Chinese and Korean names, you know? Who knows? Who knows? But last week we didn't have like any of those, and the cheating problem wasn't nearly as bad. Like on Wednesday, it seemed like they had an anti-cheat update. We reported like no one that night. It was pretty insane. But tonight, guys, lots of cheating. Or possible alleged cheaters, right? Because we don't know for sure. Didn't get a chance to try out my new the frame rate limiter. I want to try out RTSS, and I haven't done that yet. And go back and forth between the two, but getting a handle on myself because I obviously haven't been playing the last couple days. So tomorrow, guys, should be more Overwatch 2. As I mentioned before, guys, I have something going on with my Achilles tendon, and I will be going to see a podiatrist this coming week. So there might be a couple days where I'm not streaming. We'll see, but shouldn't interrupt anything. Nothing to announce, anything like that. So we'll see. But keep in mind that streams might be a little bit sporadic, but should be streaming every day. But otherwise, I'm out here for this evening, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the aimbots just literally railing me out of the sky, make sure you hit the follow button in the top right-hand corner. I stream every day from evening to late night, GMT -6, so 8 to 9 p.m. Central Standard Time to 1 to 2 a.m. Give or take, it depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Yeah. Normally I do play multiple characters, but we have been sticking to Farrah because she's basically my main and someone I have the most time on, so it's easier to feel out changes in the game when I change stuff. So, yeah, getting basically a baseline before we change things up. But, yeah, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tomorrow will be more OW2, and hopefully I'll be on at a more usual time, but we will see. Anyways, guys, good talks. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday night and Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.